Good evening, councillors, officers and members of the public that's in attendance this evening and any viewers that are live streaming tonight's meeting. I declare that this meeting is open at 6:09. My name is Julie Williams. I'm the Mayor of Darebin City Council and I'm also this evening's chairperson. It is my pleasure to welcome you all here tonight. This meeting will be scheduled hybrid and the meeting was also welcomed. I believe Councillor Messina will be joining us shortly and any members of the public who is attending online. This meeting is being live streamed and will be recorded and will also be made available on the council website as soon as practical after the meeting. I would like to start by acknowledging the Wurundjeri Wurrung people who are the traditional owners of the land and pay my respects to elders past and present, including any staff here tonight, and recognise their continuing connection to the land, water and culture that has been preserved our culture and heritage and practices for many thousands of years on the land that we call Darebin. Before we commence, I would also like to introduce you to our councillors and senior staff who are also here this evening. I have Councillor Suzanne Newton, our Deputy Mayor, Councillor Emily Demetriadis, Councillor Gaetano Greco, Councillor Tom Hannon, Councillor Tim Lawrence, Councillor Trent McCarthy. As I said, Councillor Messina will be joining us and Councillor Susan Rennie. Our officers this evening, I have Peter Smith, our CEO, Caroline, our General Manager in Customer and Corporate, Rachel as our General Manager for Operations and Capital, Kylie in Community, Vanessa in City and Sustainability and Strategy, Bobby, who is our Head of our Governance and Risk. I do not have any apologies this evening. I will like to ask if there are any conflicts of interest to any of our staff or councillors that will be coming up on tonight's agenda. Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. I have a conflict in relation to the leasing and licensing policy.
That is 9.5. Any other councillors? Councillor Greco.
Yes, Mayor Williams, I've got a conflict of interest in relation to agenda item 11.3 in relation to the early childhood policy extension time.
Can I just get confirmation? Is it 11.3 or 11.2?
11.2, I believe.
I believe it was 11.2, not 11.3.
11.2, sorry.
No problem, thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Williams, I have a conflict is due to a residential amenity of family member living in close proximity to Northcote Golf Course, which is item 9.4.
Thank you. Thank you to councillors. Just reassure that there is the conflict of interest forms that you'll kindly please fill out.
And Mayor Williams, I understand that there's going to be a submission tonight from the Clifton Street Children's Centre, and if there is a submission from them tonight, I will have to also declare a conflict of interest, and I'll leave the room while that submission is being made.
Okay, so do we have a submission from them this evening? Okay, so we'll let Councillor Greco know when that comes up. Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillors, can I please have a mover for the adoption of the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held on the 23rd of October 2023? Do I have a mover? Councillor McCarthy. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Rennie. I'll put that motion to vote. All those in favour in reference to that? That has been carried unanimously. Thank you. Council has an obligation regarding health and safety responsibility to ensure that anyone attending tonight's meeting, that they both feel physically and emotionally safe, whether you're online or in the gallery. We've allowed 30 minutes for public question time. If we do exceed that time, then I will ask for a procedural motion to extend that question time for another 30 minutes in line with Council's governance rules. There will be no question taken from the gallery unless they have submitted prior to 12 noon today. You can only ask a maximum of 3 questions and you cannot speak more than 2 minutes. So kindly please be mindful that this is question time. Questions relating to notice of motions, petitions or urgent business will not be accepted in accordance to the governance rules. For members in the public who have registered to ask their question in person, I will call your name up when it's time. If I call your name and you do not respond, I will take it that you are not in the gallery and that one of our officers will read out your question on your behalf. The relevant general manager will then respond. If you are in attendance, I will invite you to come to the lectern to state your name and your suburb, and you can ask your question. Any like-for-like questions that have been submitted will be grouped together. Submissions. Council's governance rules permit members of the public to register to address any ordinary council meeting in relation to the matters listed on the agenda this evening. So thank you to those who have registered. Prior to the relevant agenda item, for those who have registered to make a submission, you'll be invited to come forward and you can address the council. In accordance with our governance rules, submissions can't be made in relation to notice of motions or urgent business. I believe that there is one petition to be tabled this evening. Councillor Demetriadis, I seek that I believe that you have one. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So would you like to table that petition now? Do you want me to read out? All right, we'll do that.
Excuse me, Mayor, can I ask a question? Has this petition been shared? I haven't seen it. And has it been passed as
What I
consistent with
suggest
the governance rules?
Send the email around. I'll get our governance to respond to that question. Meanwhile, I'll go through to question time, as we have a number of questions this evening that people would like to ask their question. So this evening I first have off the rank, I have Brian. Is Brian in the gallery this evening? I would like to come forward and ask your question.
Five years is a long time not to have addressed council, Madam Mayor.
Welcome, Brian.
Are we going to have a round of applause or no? Wouldn't have thought so. Thank you.
No need. We don't do applause here. Thank you.
Just injecting a little bit of levity into the proceeding. Madam Mayor, I seek your indulgence for this question. It may be a little long, probably not as long as it should have been, but not as long as some I've heard asked, but it has been a long time coming.
It'll be greatly appreciated if you can keep to
I'm
questions.
a 75-year-old man. This council and its various commitments has convinced the community that is opposed to elder abuse and is supportive of the rights of whistleblowers. My experience is to the contrary. The closing years of my life have been beset by severe pain and suffering that has at times made me question the point of staying alive. I have been persecuted, tortured, bullied, victimised, physically abused, defamed and discriminated against.
Brian, can you kindly keep to your question? Do you have a question?
I will. There are two people in my life who have supported me, you, Madam Mayor, and my beloved partner, Snejana. You, Madam Mayor, have been a beacon of light and hope to me in an otherwise toxic landscape. You've been an inspiration to me and to Snejana and her family and friends. The persons responsible for my persecution have been ex-CEO Wilkinson and Mazarika.
I think it's inappropriate you naming people's names. Is it possible that you can kindly keep to your question?
I'll try to. The persons responsible for my persecution have been an ex-CEO.
Point of order.
Your point of order number?
The
What's
question
wrong? What's wrong,
relates
Susan?
Need to ask.
10.1D and constitutes proper behaviour. It's a false and misleading statement. 10.G. It's contrary to the meeting rules. 10.1A.
I accept. Brian, Can I kindly please ask
Sure,
you
yeah.
to keep to
What are
your
you asking me-
question?
Now, just be specific. What are you asking me not to do? What are you asking me not to do?
This is question time. Do you have a question?
Yes, I have a question.
Can you kindly
It's
please...
been recorded. It's been recorded.
You are recorded and you are online and you're live.
All right.
So we are live
That's
streaming.
all
If
right,
you
that's all
can't
right,
ask the
that's all
question,
right.
I can ask the question
That's
on
all
your
right.
behalf.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Okay, no worries. I won't tell you that all these people have defamed me. Just hang on for a sec. Including Susan Rennie.
We just have a huge agenda this evening, Brian.
No, hang on. I'm just going to...
Yep, thank you.
On November the 16th, 2023, just recently, I was arraigned in the Heidelberg Magistrates Court on a charge laid by Darebin Council in front of Magistrate Poulter.
You can't, in reference to court proceedings, you can't mention what they are.
Oh, I didn't. I just said I was arraigned by Darebin Council on a charge.
Thank you, Brian. Can you keep to your question?
Sure. The plaintiff was a former employee of council.
No. Can I please...
All right, okay.
Brian, I'm now going
Right,
to interject, and this is enough.
You're losing it, Jules.
I'm sorry.
Not to worry.
You are really
Not to worry.
pushing my patience right now.
Madam Mayor, I'm led to believe that council officers failed to advise you of the prosecution against me.
Point of order, Mayor. We are talking about a legal matter here. This is it's improper behaviour. It's not
Are you
consistent.
serious?
Brian,
God.
The council must be a safe space. It must be proper. This is inconsistent with our
Thank you
governance
so
rules.
much.
okay. There's just so many in the details that we are not allowed to hear. So if you can kindly keep to your question, that would be greatly
I'll try
appreciated.
and not mention names, and I'll try to do this without any detail.
Let's put it
Okay,
another
no worries.
way. Let's
All right.
do not mention names.
Okay, I'll try not to.
No,
Now I've lost
thank
my
you.
place. Now I've lost my place, so... be
Okay,
patient.
Brian, I'm going to entertain you right now,
be
and I'm
patient.
actually going to
Be
read out
patient.
your question on your behalf.
Be patient with me.
If you can't do it, I'm going to give you 5 seconds.
Okay. Madam Mayor, I'm led to believe that this prosecution, that council officers failed to advise you of the prosecution against me prior to the issue, right? I won't be specific, but I've got to find, here we go, of the summons on the 7th day of August. See, the summons was issued to me on the 7th day of August, and I believe that council officers failed to...
What's your point?
Madam Mayor, I seek to find out on behalf of my fellow ratepayers, through you to CEO Smith, what to the nearest $10,000 were the legal costs for this unauthorised prosecution of me?
So your question
Madam Mayor,
is,
that'll do.
you want to know
Oh, no,
what the
by the
legal
way-
cost associated with the matter heard at the Magistrates Court
That's
on the
exactly
16th of November this year, is that
That's right.
correct?
Yeah.
Thank you. And your second question was the Mayor aware of the prosecution? Are they your 2 questions?
Well, more or less. That's more or less
Thank
a précis
you.
of them. But that's all I have to say, except this, Madam
Thank
Mayor.
you,
Madam
and
Mayor,
we will take
Madam Mayor,
those questions-
Madam Mayor, please, with your indulgence. Madam Mayor, I wish your family peace and happiness during this festive season. And for you personally, I wish you well with your health and career for long into the future. I will be seeking compensation for pain and suffering.
Brian, I appreciate your
damages- and the
festive
damages done to me
season's
personally
greetings and
in
appreciate
due
that.
course.
We have your 2
And if I
questions
never,
that
ever have
we will
to come back
take on
into this
notice.
place,
Brian,
it will be too soon. Thank you,
Brian,
Madam Mayor.
thank you. We'll take your 2 questions on notice and our officers will reply to you. Apologies to councillors and those in the gallery this evening. We'll move on to our next question. She's left. Okay. I believe Matt is online. Is Matt there? They're not attending, but is it online? Okay. If not, then I'm going to ask our officers to kindly please read out Matt's question, and then we'll have our General Manager to respond to his question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Matt has two questions. The first is, 14 months have now passed since Council unanimously endorsed the Your Street, Your Say Group A 2022 concept designs. Can Council please provide an update on what actions, if any, have been taken to progress the implementation of these designs? And the second question is, when, if at all, can Reservoir residents expect action to be taken on the dangerous intersections identified as Your Street, Your Say consultations, such as the Henty-Gilbert and Edwards-Gilbert roundabouts?
Thank you. Vanessa?
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Williams, thank you, Matt, for your questions. Council will be delivering 4 of the 9 priority projects identified in the Your Street, Your Say Group A report this financial year, and those projects are the pedestrian operated signals at Miller Bracken, a raised zebra crossing on Davidson Street, a slow point and speed humps on Radford Road between Mackenzie and Amory Street, and also implementing the Northern Reservoir Truck Management Plan. And this plan will restrict trucks to and from the industrial area via the local road network and instead allow and encourage access from Edward Street. Regarding your second question, Gilbert, Henty and also Edwards-Gilbert intersection remains a priority for future improvements, and it will be considered through future budget processes.
Thank you. Is Margaret in the gallery this evening? If not, then I'll hand that over to our officers to kindly read out the question on their behalf.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Margaret has 3 questions. The first, why do council officers continue to consult on items that are repeatedly endorsed by the community, and at the end of a very long and expensive consultation process, they clearly state that there is no capacity to grant more permits except for carers permits extenuating circumstances, even though all of the consultation was aimed at creating new types of permits? The second question, why did council officers seek community feedback on options that they subsequently deemed to be unacceptable after repeated community endorsement? The recommended rejection of granting permits to post-2004 duplex properties based on 772 properties, potentially generating 1,544 permits, is information that officers had access to prior to consultation, but was still offered as an option in each round of consultation. Has the council misled the community in undertaking consultation based on inadequate or uninformed preparation? And the third question, does council understand that the way this consultation was presented to community, many options, many of which were supported by the majority of respondents, that are now being not recommended by council officers, creates mistrust in any and all community consultation done by council?
Thank you. Over to our officers to answer those questions. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Williams. Thank you, Margaret, for your questions this evening. Regarding your first 2 questions, consultation on the draft parking permit policy sought the community's views on how we can update our existing policy to support our diverse community's needs, and was a very important input into the review. We also undertook technical assessments and commissioned independent peer reviews to inform our advice. Officers also undertook multiple briefings with councillors across the entire policy project. On balance, officers have recommended not extending residential permits beyond the 2004 rule because of the risk of increased parking congestion, and especially around places that attract parking, like activity centres. Increased parking congestion can create road safety and accessibility impacts. The officer recommended policy includes a new carer, daily visitor, service and user pays permits. Adopting a policy that does extend the residential permits to dual occupancies that were built between December 2004 and when this policy is adopted This is an alternative option that is available to Council to consider, and officers have included this option in the report. Regarding your question 3, transparency is very important, and this is why Council has run 2 rounds of community engagement in an open and transparent manner. You can find the detailed report of community consultation in tonight's agenda, as well as the final policy analysis and the independent peer review.
Thank you. Do I have Hunter in the gallery this evening? Hunter, step up. Just state your name and your suburb, please.
Hi, my name's Hunter. I'm from Preston. So this is my first time being in a council meeting like this and asking a question in person. So my question's about the Northlands Youth Hub. Specifically, so over the past year, I've noticed that the hours of operation have reduced. Originally, it was the Fridays went from 6 p.m. to 5 p.m. And then more recently, the Thursdays have been stripped completely. So my questions was, why has the hub's hours been reduced? What steps are being made to return the hub's hours to full operation? And when will the hub's hours be returned to their previous hours? Thanks.
Thank you. Over to Kylie.
That's better. Through you, Mayor, welcome to Council, Hunter, and thank you for your questions today. There have been some temporary changes to the delivery of Council's youth services, and this has been due to some vacant positions that we've had in that service. The temporary reduction in service was required to ensure adequate staffing ratios to safely operate the service while we completed a recruitment process. I'm pleased to say that service provision at the hub will return to previous levels and hours once the onboarding of those new staff has been completed. And during this time, other forms of support have continued to be provided to young people, including referrals to other services.
Thanks.
Thank you, Hunter. Also, I'd like to add that a year ago, virtually to the day, that we had a passing from one of the staff members at the youth hub there, and it was a very close knit of staff, and a few of them have moved on since then because it's been quite trying for them to return to the hub, if that makes sense. So looking forward to having those services up and running again on full steam for those 6 o'clock evenings, because I know that many of the young enjoy doing their Dungeons and Dragons gaming. I have Bridget. Is Bridget in the gallery this evening? If not, then I'll ask our officers to kindly read out Bridget's questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Bridget has 3 questions. The first, could Council please provide an update on the process of updating its Sexuality, Sex and Gender Diversity Action Plan, which was outlined in the Council plan to be developed in this financial year? The second question, could Council please provide an update on the development of its civic flag policy, and have councillors been briefed on this? And the last question is, did Council make a submission to the Victorian Government's consultation on strengthening Victoria's laws against hate speech and hate conduct in line with Action 3.5.4 of the Sexuality, Sex and Gender Diversity Action Plan?
Thank you. Over to Kylie.
Through you, Mayor, thank you for your questions, Bridget. In terms of question 1, Council has committed to developing an action plan this financial year, and engagement is scheduled to take place in 2024. In terms of question 2, around Council's flag policy, Council is in the process of developing a flag policy to provide guidance on the flying of flags. Councillors have been briefed on this several times in 2023, and further consideration will occur in due course. In terms of Bridget's last question, Council has not made a submission to the Victorian Government's consultation on strengthening Victoria's laws against hate speech and hate conduct, but is monitoring the reform process and may choose to do so at a later stage.
Thank you, Kylie. Do we have Lucy in the gallery this evening? If not, then I'll ask our officers to kindly read out Lucy's questions.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, could you please consider allowing senior clubs to hold luncheons at venues that have a gaming area? At senior clubs, we are like family and look after one another, and I assure you that if any club member, whilst at a gaming venue, sat and played a pokie machine for more than 2 hours, we would talk to them and help them to get off the pokie machine and stop playing. We would supervise and identify any club member who may have a pokie machine issue early and deal with it. Mrs. Chairperson, let senior clubs be part of the solution rather than being seen as part of the problem. Thank you for allowing me to submit my question and my thoughts on this issue of concern to many senior clubs and their members.
Thank you. Over to our officers.
Through you, Mayor, thank you for your question and feedback, Lucy. Council understands and greatly values the significant role that seniors clubs play in our community. Council will be considering its position on electronic gaming machines at their meeting tonight, and I'm sure they'll take your feedback into consideration as part of their deliberations.
Thank you. Do we have Nina in the gallery this evening?
Online? No.
If not, then I'll ask our officers, could they kindly please read out Nina's question?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, under existing council flag policy, can the Palestinian flag be flown on council buildings like we've seen in Marybeck, and similar to how we've shown support for LGBTIQ plus community members during times of hardship for them? Is Darebin City Council prepared to make a statement to our state or federal government calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in regards to the Israel-Palestine conflict?
Thank you. Over to you, Kylie.
Through you, Mayor, I think that there are several other statements related to this matter tonight, so I'll read one statement in relation to all of those. In recent weeks, we've seen news reports and images about the conflict in Israel and Gaza. As Darebin is home to and welcomes people from diverse backgrounds, we know that for many members of our community, this is a distressing and incredibly difficult time. To anyone with loved ones, friends and connections in the region, our hearts go out to you. Our focus is with our partners and our local community to ensure those that are affected feel safe and are provided with the support and care they need. Our community is strong because of its diversity and the respect people share for one another. It is important to understand one another in kindness and understanding. For anyone needing information, we recommend contacting the Australian Government's Consular Emergency Centre, and details on how to contact this centre will be included in the minutes of this meeting.
Thank you. Do we have Lachlan in the gallery this evening? If not, then I'll ask our officers.
Mayor,
Lachlan was part of the... Yep, I apologise. Lachlan had a similar question that's been grouped together. Serena? In the gallery? Thank you, Serena.
Good evening, Mayor and Councillors. Serena Amelia Reservoir. On 24 April 2023, I asked a question regarding why the minutes for advisory committee meetings are no longer posted online. This question was taken on notice, but I cannot find a response in subsequent governance reports. Can you please answer the question?
Caroline? Thank you.
Through the Mayor, and thank you for your question. Thank you for bringing this matter to our attention. I understand that an officer has spoken to you about this matter this morning. Moving forward, we will ensure that minutes of advisory committee meetings are published on the Darebin website.
Can they also be retrospective, please?
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating the question?
Can they also be retrospective?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On the 26th of April 2023, I emailed questions from friends of Wat Ganbo Park to Darebin Council regarding the proposed installation of extensive wetlands in the park. After several follow-up attempts, I asked a question at the 24 July 2023 meeting regarding whether we could expect an answer to those questions. Following that meeting, I was contacted by a council officer. However, it's now the end of November and we still haven't received a written response to our questions. When can we expect a written response?
Rachel. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for your follow-up, Serena. I am sorry for the delay and we should have kept you better updated through the process. Having inquired about it today, what I can share is that the team have been doing some quite detailed and careful work, including consulting with several different teams internally, and they've drafted a response. It's going through the final checking stage at the moment. You can expect it to be with you no later than the 8th of December.
Thank you. I just want to point out that the purpose of the questions was to influence the concept planning for the wetlands, and I understand that the concept planning is already well underway, so it's important that our feedback get incorporated before that concept plan is finalised.
I can certainly take that on board, thank you.
Thank you. And the third question, I note that Darebin Council has a representative on the Darebin Creek Management Committee. I wrote advisory committee, please correct it for the minutes. Darebin Creek Management Committee, and that the committee should have been advised prior to the destruction of 3.5 hectares of native habitat on the corner of Plenty Road and Kingsbury Drive by La Trobe University to make way for a solar farm. Can you please advise which, if any, meetings of Darebin Creek Management Committee were attended by that councillor or councillors since the start of 2023?
Vanessa. Rachel, thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks again for the question, Serena. Certainly in terms of the question about meeting attendance, we'll need to take that on notice and we'll provide you with a response after we've made inquiries with the Darebin Creek Management Committee. I think we'll ask an officer to contact you tomorrow as well to talk about the broader issue that's part of your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Serena. Is Angela in the gallery this evening? Angela Denton? Was that a yes?
No.
No. Oh, okay, thank you. To our officers, if you can kindly read out Angela's questions, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Angela has 3 questions. Several months ago, I contacted Tom Hannon, my local councillor, and Darebin City Council CEO office about parking matters, including compliance in Aldous Avenue, Northcote, but have not received a response from the responsible officer. Question 1: What KPI does City of Darebin's monitor? What KPIs does City of Darebin's monitor regarding the timeframes to respond to CEO, councillor and residents' requests for information? And what is City of Darebin's policy, and are there any KPIs which are monitored for the timeframes officers should respond to residents' requests for information? And the third question relates to planning. Does Darebin City Council Planning Department has an inconsistent approach to providing and/or charging for copies of endorsed plans and delegates' reports? What is Darebin City Council's policy for allowing interested parties, that is residents, access to, including photographing, endorsed planning documents, and on what grounds is Council's policy based? Several weeks ago, I was contacted by a Darebin City Council planning supervisor who undertook to respond to my inquiries regarding Council's policy on providing planning documents to interested parties and residents. I've not received a response from that town planning officer.
Thank you. Over to our officers to respond.
Through you, Mayor Williams. Thank you for your questions, Angela. In response to your questions 1 and 3, I do apologise for the delays that you've experienced in receiving information about your request. I've asked the Acting Manager of Climate Emergency and Sustainable Transport to call you to discuss this issue tomorrow. Due to the different services Council provides, each service type has its own service level agreement in which we aim to close the request by This can vary from 1 to 14 business days, depending on the type of service. Our customer request system tracks requests, response times, and provides visibility to leadership to monitor response times. Darebin aims to return community members' phone calls within 2 business days, as stated in our customer commitments. Our customer experience strategy is working towards improving the consistency of this across the organisation. And Angela, in relation to your second question, Council must make available to the public planning permits and associated endorsed documents in accordance with the Planning and Environment Act 1987. Members of the community can obtain copies of documents subject to fees endorsed by Council, which you can find on our website. And should you wish to request a copy of such documents, please email your request to townplanning@darebin.vic.gov.au.
Thank you. Do we have Ethan in the gallery this evening?
Hi councillors, my name's Ethan. I'm a resident of Preston. Really simple, quick question. Regarding agenda item 9.5, licensing, council has said that 8 million has been invested by the council into early learning centres, early childhood centres. And my question is, how much of that 8 million has been provided by state or federal government, if any? And of that 8 million, what was it actually directly invested in?
Thank you. Over to Kylie.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Ethan. Council's 4-year capital works plan adopted in June 2023 as part of the 23-24 council budget includes an allocation of 8.25 million over 4 years for the expansion of kindergarten services in Darebin. Within the capital works budget over this period, there is an assumption that 25% of this amount will come from state government grants, with the balance coming from council funds. Following Council's endorsement of the kindergarten expansion program at the October 2023 Council meeting, Council is working with the state government to finalise a building blocks partnership agreement to agree both the Council and state government's intended contributions to kindergarten expansions over the next 4 years.
Thank you, Kylie.
Great, thank you.
Do we have Owen in the gallery this evening?
Thanks for taking my question again this month. So I've got 3 questions. Owen
Can you just
from
kindly
Preston.
just state your name and your suburb?
Owen
please?
from Preston,
Thank you.
thank you. So question 1 and 2 related to the council meeting minutes from the 23rd October and matter 9.7, the leasing of kindergartens and childcare centres, and the original motion proposed by the council officer. So for question 1.
Excuse me, Mayor Williams, I may have to leave the room because the question is in relation to an agenda item which I declared a conflict of interest at the previous meeting. So I'll leave the room.
Let me just get quickly advice. Is it in reference to... What? Yes, I don't know how it's gone from...
1 and 2.
Oh, and can you kindly just clarify your questions that you're asking?
The 3 I sent through on the form, so they should be word for word. No rambling here.
Just won't be a moment, Owen. It just doesn't seem to be on my listing, that's all.
For you, Mayor, if I could ask the CEO to consider the same issue in relation to the conflict I have. It has been my understanding that there's no conflict that arises from questions being asked because there's no decision-making role, but...
Yeah, all right. Yeah, because they've been bundled together.
Through you, Mayor,
questions. In relation, your questions 1 and 2 have been bundled in with other questions, and they'll be asked at the end so that the councillors who have a conflict can excuse themselves. Perhaps you could just ask question 3 about Parks and Rec now, and we'll give an answer to your other questions.
Yep, no worries.
At the end, when the councillors with a conflict can leave. That's why we've done it that way. Thank you.
No worries, cool.
Before you start, Owen, I need to ask for a procedural motion is that we can extend question time for another 30 minutes. I do have a mover, which is Councillor McCarthy, and I saw Councillor Greco's hand as a seconder. Can I put that to vote? All those in favour? That has been carried unanimously. Thank you. Owen, you can continue on. Apologies.
No worries. So question 3 is, Darebin Parks and Open Space conduct routine mowing and spraying of various sites around Darebin. How does Darebin manage the scheduling of this routine work, including how far in advance they are scheduled and when staff and external contractors are informed of the schedule?
Thank you. To our officers.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks for the question, Owen. It's a little bit tricky to answer on a whole of city basis because it sort of depends where we're talking about and which service. So let me do my best. So we use a combination of in-house staff and contractors depending on the work. Our internal teams have a regular park maintenance schedule. It's based on a 4 to 6 week cycle depending on the area. Contractors are engaged both proactively on regular cycles depending on the nature of the work and reactively in response to things that arise. We have, depending on what's going on, we have both capabilities. And contractors are primarily engaged through a tender panel that we use. We'll often have a schedule of visits programmed over a 12-month period under that process. If there is sort of a specific area you're interested in, don't ask me now, but you could ask me about a particular area and I could probably give you a more specific answer.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. John Nugent, are you in the gallery this evening?
Good evening, Mayor. I have 3 questions. John Nugent from Epping. Okay, Mayor Williams, could you please arrange council officers to meet me at Donoff West so that the unsealed pathways can be measured and costed for next year's budget?
Rachel, yep.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks, John. A site meeting won't be needed. We do have the details of that area. What we will do is assess that request through the budget process, and so when we're doing that, we make assessments to help council decide which works to do first. We look at things like safety, compliance, community need, expected level of use and cost. And we consider any long-term plans like the master plan that's in that area. We'll share the proposed list of project works ahead of next year's budget, and we would invite you and anyone in the community to let us know what you think.
Will I get an invite? Will I get an invite?
Thank you, John. Did you want to go to your second question?
No, I wanted to get an answer to that question, that's all. Anyway. All right, next question. Mayor Williams, could you please advise if this council will give to Parks Victoria, Bundoora Park, Edwards Lake Park and All Nations Park, thus saving council millions of dollars in maintenance?
Rachel, thank you.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks, John. We are certainly looking for ways to improve services and be more effective for the community through our parks. In terms of those places, Bundoora Park is Crown land administered by council, Edwards Lake Park and All Nations Park are both council owned. All 3 sites are highly valued by community and we don't have any plans to reduce maintenance work at those sites or pass it to the state.
Fair enough. We can go back. Okay, third question, Mayor Williams. Must be about flags tonight, this week. Could you please advise why this council flies minor flags, such as the Pride flag, the LGBTQ, and last week was the intersex flag, but doesn't ever fly the Victorian flag, where most people are Victorians and who live in this city.
Thank you, Kylie.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, John. Council has previously made a resolution to fly the rainbow flag and the intersex flag. Council is in the process of developing a flag policy to provide guidance on the flying of flags. Councillors have been briefed on this several times in 2023 and further consideration will occur in due course.
Just for a sec, Kylie, I know, sorry you're indulged, Mayor. I've been asking that question for a while and nothing's been done.
John, you've had your 3 questions.
I know, but I'm just asking, why has never anything's been done? That's
John,
the problem.
we meet on a fortnightly basis and we go through this process every fortnight.
Okay, yeah, I'll bring it up next fortnight, Mayor.
Thank you.
Okay then. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, we are up to the light questions, particularly for the lease and licensing. For councillors who have conflicts that might want to declare that. We do have a number of those questions this evening.
Thank you, Mayor. I've got a form here which I'll fill in. The nature of my conflict is that I manage a centre or an organisation that is accommodated in a council building.
Thank you. Councillor Rennie.
Mayor Williams, I don't have a conflict in relation to the general leasing and licensing. I only have a conflict in relation to Clifton Street and Children's Centre. So
Okay.
I'm not sure how the questions are lined up, but when that topic comes up in relation to the Christmas Street Childcare Centre, that's where I have a conflict.
Okay, I don't think it's individually named, but we'll go to the first person. I have Rebecca. Is Rebecca here this evening in the gallery? If not, then I'll have our officers to read out Rebecca's question.
Apologies, through you, Mayor. Rebecca's question has been grouped with light questions and Rebecca was the first to submit. So her question is, since the kinder community has loudly said that 2 + 3 year leases aren't appropriate, why can't the council just change the policy to meet the needs of the community rather than vice versa?
Rachel?
Through you, Mayor. Firstly, thank you, Rebecca, for the question. We have received 21 questions about the draft leasing and licensing policy, which is on Council's agenda tonight. And some of those questions have also raised questions about the kinder leasing process. So I'm intending to answer those questions together with the aim of covering the specifics that have come up. And I'd like to sort of offer the opportunity for anyone to reach out to officers if there is some detail that you need clarification on in the coming days. Firstly, I'd like to start by clarifying that there are 2 related topics on the foot at the moment. Firstly, some of the questions are about the consultation that's currently open on a proposal to extend kindergarten and childcare leases at 18 sites. Some of the questions we've received read more as submissions, and we will take those as comments. I do want to assure people that Council has a long-term commitment to quality early years education, and you would have heard some of that recent commitment in answer to an earlier question. Sorry, let me find my place. At its last meeting in October, Council decided to start consultation on a proposal to extend leases at 18 kindergarten and childcare sites. Consultation on the specifics of the proposal to extend those leases is open until tomorrow, with a hearing of submissions committee meeting on the 11th of December, where submitters can attend and present to Council. At item 11.2 on Council's agenda tonight, councillors will consider whether to extend the consultation period further And we really encourage anyone with an interest in this matter to make a submission. And if you've submitted a question tonight but haven't yet made a formal submission, I would certainly encourage you to do so. We expect Council will make a decision about the kindergarten and childcare lease proposal when it can consider all the community feedback, and we're expecting that to be at its December Council meeting. Secondly, there's an item on Council's agenda tonight about a draft leasing and licensing policy. It's a broader policy that covers most of Council's properties and facilities except for recreation and leisure leases and licences. This evening, Council will consider starting community consultation on this draft leasing and licensing policy. If it decides to progress to consultation, a long community engagement process is proposed to provide time for questions, discussion and thorough engagement on the policy itself and how it would operate in practice. Targeted outreach sessions are planned with community groups who currently occupy council-owned or managed properties for after the summer break. After consultation, Council would consider feedback and any changes arising from that feedback, and this is proposed for its meeting in March 2024. The proposed policy would cover council-owned or managed land and buildings occupied by not-for-profit entities, community groups, First Nation groups, commercial businesses or government agencies. It wouldn't apply to seasonal ground licences, so sports ground licences, agreements on sporting facilities or pavilions, or casual hall hire. The full details of the draft policy are included in the meeting agenda tonight. There are a few matters I would specifically mention. The draft policy isn't proposed to affect any current agreements, would only be applied at the time an agreement is up for renewal or if a new lease is being established. The draft policy proposes that not-for-profit organisations would be on a full rental subsidy in the form of a peppercorn rent. It's proposed that lease and licence conditions relating to who covers utilities costs and maintenance costs would be grandfathered for existing occupiers, meaning that these would remain the same as they are now. The draft policy proposes that some not-for-profit organisations where they've got an income generating capacity and that some of that income is commercial-like, so for example advertising revenue or room hire for private purposes, would be asked to share a portion of that commercial-like revenue with council, usually 10%, although it depends on the circumstance. The draft policy doesn't suggest that revenue from government grants should be shared. We are certainly interested in hearing from community about what revenue should and shouldn't be considered commercial-like. The draft leasing and licensing policy doesn't propose any changes in regards to eviction of tenants. This is only possible in a case of last resort where there's a serious breach of a lease. The draft policy proposes some additional annual reporting to improve the understanding of community benefits from the buildings that council provides. We aim to balance the need for meaningful information without creating an administrative burden, and we've proposed that this is something we'd be very keen to explore during the consultation process. The draft policy proposes assessment criteria to assess the community benefits proposed by a leasee. These would be used to help assess community needs and evaluate applications or responses to expressions of interest processes. We would check if proposed services align with achieving the community vision and meeting Darebin's community needs. I will wrap up by saying, by confirming that Council will consider whether to proceed to community consultation on the draft leasing and licensing policy tonight, and certainly we'll be sharing the outcomes of that after this meeting.
Thank you, Rachel. That concludes our questions for this evening. Thank you. We'll go over to petitions. It's come to light that the petition that was meant to be circled prior 4 o'clock today to all councillors prior to today's meeting has not been circulated. Under the chairperson has the discretion on allowing or not allowing that petition to go ahead. The fact that there's over 1,200 people that have put in that petition, I will allow it, as I believe and have been updated that Councillor Dimitriadis has had some technical issues, as we've noticed this evening in tonight's meeting. I believe that there's been another officer that has actually circulated that. Can I just confirm that all councillors have received that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes? Thank you. Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I've received this petition from a resident in Darebin titled Save Our Community Kinders and Childcares from Darebin's Short-Term Leases, Rent and Fee Hikes. There's been 1,484 signatories, and the text of the petition is as follows. Early learning centres and kindergartens are crucial pillars of our community. They are safe and inclusive environments that allow our kids to grow, learn and flourish. In Darebin, we have a strong network of 18 not-for-profit kindergartens and childcare centres run by hardworking volunteer parent committees. They've been around for decades, nurturing our kids and setting the standard for best practice early education in our suburbs. But right now, their future is at risk. Darebin Council recently voted to cut centre leases down to a mere 2 years, and if that wasn't enough, they want to burden them with additional rates, taxes, utility and maintenance costs. This has left the entire network in a state of extreme uncertainty, and as we've seen in other parts of Melbourne, moves like this have rapidly led to closures and privatisation. Reduced tenures and rising costs create a precarious situation where centres struggle to retain staff, offer certainty to families, strategically plan and access grant funding. Families deserve security in where their kids will learn. Early educators deserve security in their employment, and centres deserve security in their funding and planning. Help us to fight this backwards thinking by signing this petition to protect our community's kinders and childcare centres from short-term leases, rent and fee hikes. Why is this important? On the 23rd of October 2023, the Darebin Council passed a motion to reduce the lease durations of community early learning centres to 2 years, with option to extend for another 3 years under a new licensing policy which they are developing. Darebin Council has tried to downplay the change, but the new leasing policy is foreshadowed to include making centres responsible for additional rates, taxes, utility and maintenance costs. It's disgraceful that at a time when the state and federal government are making big investments into free kinder and cheaper childcare, Darebin Council wants to pull funding out of the sector to help its bottom line. Dozens of community members turned up in support of our early childhood centres and to plead with Council not to take this step and instead provide centres with certainty of 5-year leases on their current terms. Unfortunately, most councillors voted to ignore our centres, staff and families. Soon, Darebin Council will start a community consultation process which will determine the terms of early learning centres leases beyond 2 years and the future viability of this sector. It's vital that we send a strong message to Darebin Council that our community values not-for-profit early education and care, and we stand against short-term leases, rent and fee hikes that put them in jeopardy. Right now, our community is reeling from this decision, but with community support, we still have a chance to change Darebin Council's mind before it's too late. We call on Council to continue having a minimum of 5-year leases with these 18 community-run childcare centres and kindergartens under the current conditions with no added fees. So I request that this petition be referred to the CEO for consideration and response.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. That would be handed to our CEO for consideration. I now would like to call on Emily, who's online, to speak for 2 minutes. I believe that she has a submission. Welcome, Emily. And I'm just going to check. Now, I just want to confirm, Emily, is this in reference to childcare?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure. They've put it there. Yeah, on childcare. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Councillor Greco? Okay, councillors, I'm just going to go straight into, as you know, we have a large agenda, and I will ask Emily to come back in a moment when we do a rejig of tonight's. Oh, I apologise. I wasn't aware of that. Okay. Okay. Emily, apparently you are the original person in reference to this petition, so you do have a couple of minutes to speak in reference to your petition.
Excellent. Thank you.
Sorry for the confusion.
That's okay. I'm Emmeline Gasky, and my son goes to the incredible Darebin Childcare and Kinder. And I know Tina and the DCCK crew are there in person tonight, and I wish I was too, but parenting duties call. But I am really proud that nearly 1,500 Darebin parents have signed the council for the 18 community childhood education centres, and it's for the educators themselves, talking to Elliott's educators who are very worried about the stability and certainty of the services following council's decision to truncate the lease terms. I have to say, I think it's pretty appalling that the centres were offered leases of 5 years plus 5 years just a couple of months ago, and then had those ripped away from them at the last minute on the basis.
Okay, we're getting some technical issues. I'm not sure if everybody else is having. Can we just 1 moment? Can we just stop there? You're breaking up, and I just need to see if we can get check in with technology, with the tech people. What's going on? I apologise. I'm sorry.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but there's times where you're going fast, you're going slow, and then you're breaking up.
The internet.
Yeah, so having your camera off will make a big difference. Can we... Okay, can you speak now?
Hello?
Yep, that's much clearer. All right.
Okay.
Do you want to just step back a bit and maybe we'll give you an extra 10 seconds or so and we can hear you?
That's fine. So, I mean, I think that it's just pretty appalling the centres were offered originally leases of 5 years and 5 years with a 5-year offer option just a couple of months ago. And then after they signed and confirmed they would do that, they had it taken away on the basis of council's review of the lease terms. So you can hear I'm parenting in the background. Look, I've heard the excuses that this is about the leasing policy review, and I'm sorry, but it's not good enough to offer bureaucratic nonsense as a reason to not guarantee the leases on the current low fee rates for 5 plus 5 years. And if councillors genuinely have no intention of doing anything other than supporting the longevity of the low fee leases for the community services into the future, then a much better course of action is to guarantee the long-term leases as services were originally promised and review the administrative elements that arise out of any leasing policy review through the life of the lease. So finally, I just want to give a big shout out to the amazing educators, and I hope you know just how strongly your community is behind you.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, we do have a large agenda this evening. And as you know, that there's quite a number of items that we need to get through this evening. I will be permitting questions to our officers. However, if I feel that we've asked enough questions, I will use my right under the governance rules and limit those questions and ask for the debate to commence. So, councillors, I believe that we will be looking at a procedural motion to change the order of business. So, councillors, given the level of community interest, could I call for a councillor to move a procedural motion to change the order of business to hear item 11.2, extension of early years services lease renewal submissions first, followed by item 9.5, leasing and licensing policy, which is then to continue with the order of agenda as published. Do I have a mover? Councillor Demetriadis, and then I had Councillor Rennie. All those in favour, I'll put that to vote. Thank you. Can we ask for Councillor... Oh no, Councillor Greco would still have a conflict, even though it's not on the initial item.
So you're on 11.2, he's declared it. You know, I just say no.
He was saying only on one item, which is one particular kindergarten. So he can come.
This item. Yeah. So no
Right.
conflict.
No problem, thank you. Yep. So, Councillor Demetriadis, we have your notice of motion. In reference to 11.2.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. It just hasn't gone up on the screen.
Mayor, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. We'll just wait for the item to come up on the screen. Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis.
Sure. So I raised this notice of motion for a number of reasons, and firstly it was in regards to the date that the submissions were supposed to end. I'll just read it out. It says it notes that Council notes that the date of the hearing of submissions meeting for early years services lease renewal is the 11th of December 2023. And we note that under Darebin's governance rules, section 14.31, members of the public wishing to make a submission must register their intention to do so before 12 noon on the day of the ordinary council meeting or hearing of submissions meeting, and be in attendance on the day of the meeting to make their submission. We also note that extending the submission period for early... we also request that we extend the submission period for the early years services lease renewal hearing of submissions meeting to allow community members to make a paper or online submission by the 7th of December 2023. So that still gives officers a bit of time to get the paperwork done for the submission of the hearing on the 11th of December. And we want to ensure that people who wish to make a submission in person can still register by 12 noon on the 11th of December as per the governance rules read above. So many residents have expressed concerns that the time frame to register to make their submissions for the early years lease renewal hearing of submissions meeting by the current date, which is actually tomorrow, the 28th of November 2023, is too soon, and that certain community views may be neglected or disadvantaged by not being able to register to make their submissions, despite being allowed to register to make in-person submissions by 12 noon on the day of the hearing as per our governance rules. So hence I'm requesting that Council approve this just to extend the period of submission time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. Councillor Rennie is the seconder. Would you like to speak to the item?
Yes, thank you. I think one of the biggest advantages of this extension is that it enables people to make a submission with the knowledge of what's in the leasing and licensing policy, which is now in the council agenda. And I think that the quality of submissions that we'll receive and the ability of people to make informed submissions is going to be much greater now that they have access to the leasing and licensing policy than it would have been beforehand. And I think that's actually an excellent reason to extend the submission deadline, and I encourage everyone to support this.
Thank you. Are there any further speakers in reference to this item? Any councillors would like to speak in opposition or against? Then I'm going to put the item to vote. All those in favour? That is being carried unanimously. Thank you. 9.5?
Mayor, I'll leave for 9.5 as I have the aforementioned conflict.
Yep, thank you. We'll get Councillor Greco back in, and Councillor Rennie is just stepping out due to conflict of interest. Councillors, do we have any questions you'd like to ask first? If not, then I'll ask for a mover and a seconder. Oh, 9.5. All right, before we do actually have an online submitter that would like to speak in reference to this item. At 9.5. Camilla? Is Camilla online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Camilla. Welcome. You do have 2 minutes to speak in reference to this item.
Great, thank you. I'm the president of Clifton Street Children's Centre, and I just want to first off thank the council for putting out the draft of the leasing policy ahead of schedule. Although, having said that, there are a few concerns that we have at our service. So one is to Council to acknowledge the impact of the proposed annual reporting requirements on the service providers. As a community-run not-for-profit organisation, these requirements would see volunteers spend many additional hours every year to provide Council with documentation, which may already be publicly available. Further to this, some categories in the annual reporting overlap with each other and also with the applications due at the end of the lease tenure for potential lease renewal. Second, I'd like Council to acknowledge that the draft policy is unclear in its current form. The definition of each category is lacking under the reporting section, and there are many questions as to what specifically is to be reported. There is also a potential breach of privacy to the service's employees and volunteers. Furthermore, there is no mention of what is and who sets the benchmark for assessing community benefit and what the strategic assessment before lease renewal involves. Thirdly, I'd like Council to note that Clifton Street Children's Centre is concerned about the repercussions of not meeting the benchmark for community benefit. There is no mention of what the repercussions of not meeting the benchmark of community benefit will be, whether this will involve time and support to improve the services and hence community benefit in a specific time frame, or if the services will not be given an option to review the lease agreement without further considerations. Fourth, I'd like Council to note that the leasing tenure in the draft leasing and licensing policy does not give services safety and security. It is stated in the draft policy that Category A occupants will receive a maximum of 5 years. However, there's no mention of the minimum offer. Additionally, it does not seem like Council will give existing tenants any preference upon renegotiation of leases, which means that community-run not-for-profit early years services may be relocated or closed in favour of private early years services that can generate an income stream to councils.
Thank you. We only had the one submitter in reference to that item, so then we'll move on to that agenda item. Councillor Demetriadis.
I have some questions for officers.
Sure. Go ahead, Councillor Demetriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I wanted to ask, does Council consider the receipt of state and federal government grants or funding to be commercial-like income that would attract the revenue generation clause in the draft leasing policy?
Did you get that, officers?
Through you, Mayor, no.
Sorry, Mayor, I've got quite a few questions on this because, I feel we need to be answered. Secondly, why is Council referring to monies received by organisations as revenue, and why aren't Council using profit when talking about revenue sharing? I would think profit means everything that is retained, whereas revenue is every dollar received.
Through you, Mayor. There is an opportunity for council to, I'll go back a step. There has been instances where council has provided peppercorn leases and licences to tenants where they've been on peppercorn rent and they are achieving revenue through leasing out those premises. Under the draft lease and licensing policy, this is an opportunity for council to share in that revenue generation and be able to put those funds back into council services.
So is the draft leasing policy... Oh, sorry.
Can you speak up?
Oh, yes, sorry. So in the draft leasing policy, is the list of commercial-like activities in the revenue generation definition an exhaustive list of activities that could attract use of this clause? If not, can council please provide a list of comprehensive criteria that would attract this clause?
Certainly, in the draft policy, we've sought to be clear, so we're not intending that there's large categories outside of that. However, it is something that we'd specifically like to ask community about, is what should be considered commercial-like and what shouldn't be considered commercial-like. So it's something we would propose to explore during the consultation process.
Thank you, Mayor. A lot of residents have contacted me asking me a number of questions that some weren't answered during the public question time, so I have a few other questions. Why is there a kinder-specific policy and a leasing and licensing policy out at the same time, and which policy will supersede for kindergartens?
I can certainly clarify that there isn't a kinder-specific policy out. What's out at the moment is we're consulting on a proposal to extend the kinder leases. Essentially, that decision will come to council to make in December, which would be ahead of a broader policy. And so my expectation is that that decision would need to be made first, and then a draft leasing and licensing policy might be settled by council in March next year.
Sorry, Mayor, I just wanted to ask again what will supersede. So will it be the kinder's contract or will it be the policy?
So it's up to council to make that decision in December.
Okay. Will kindergartens and childcare centres have to make submissions to both on the leasing policy as well? Because I guess the leasing policy will also impact them.
So at this stage, the draft leasing and licensing policy would be proposed to apply not to any current leases or established leases. So if council established leases with kinders and childcare centres in December, they would be on foot. What that would mean is that the draft leasing and licensing policy would apply at the end of the term that council establishes in December, whatever council's decision in December determines. And so kinders would be free to, obviously, like any other tenant of a council facility, participate in the consultation. It wouldn't be required.
Thank you. I just also had a question about the form. So why on the form for the leasing consultation does it not give an option to just submit feedback? Why does it say that you have to be there in person or have someone be there for you on the 11th of December, as this has stopped many people from putting in a submission for the kindergartens and childcare centres?
Councillor, I'm not sure that we can specifically answer the question about the form tonight, but it isn't a requirement to be there in person.
Thank you. Also, in the policy, it mentions the expression of interest process. So during that process of the expression of interest, would the existing occupiers have priority for the lease?
So there's nothing in the policy is silent on that. It doesn't express a view either way. So no, they wouldn't be prioritised necessarily.
Also, and I think this is the final one I've got for now, why is the fee schedule not included in the draft policy?
Through you, Mayor. The fee schedule is part of the budget process, so that's published with the budget to give visibility and transparency at that point in time.
And sorry, does that mean that the fee schedule can change for when it comes to the budget process?
The fee schedule the fees can change, of course, year on year, but under the draft leasing and licensing policy, the rent is set at $104 for the life of that policy.
Thank you. Are there any other further questions?
All right, through you, Mayor. Chris, can you explain who sets that 104? That's set by council?
Through you, Mayor. It is set by government. And we've adopted that. Previous to this, it's been $52 a year.
So, through you, Mayor, to answer the question, it's been $1 a week. The fee is set by government, so not subject to the budget process if council adopts it, and the fee is scheduled to go up $1 a week to $104 a week. Is that correct? I'm just trying to answer Councillor Dimitriadis' question clearly here.
Yes, so under the draft leasing and licensing policy, the fee charged for Category A and Category B licences will move to $104 and be fixed for $104 per annum plus GST.
Councillors, are there any further questions? Councillor Hannan, and then I've got Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, I was just wondering if we could seek advice, please, on the issues raised by our submitter, Camilla, this evening. In particular, the level of additional reporting required, specifically for childcare and kinder centres, and the level of administrative burden for this. What's the intention there? Thank you.
So certainly what we're proposing in this draft policy is to get the balance right between having meaningful reporting each year that helps community and council understand the community benefits provided, but to balance that with a meaningful, without creating an undue burden. We're keen to explore what that means for the various sectors through the consultation process, and we're planning for targeted engagement past summer. In terms of the specific requirements for kinders, it's something that council could consider in its December meeting, or you could leave that for later and consider it as part of the draft leasing and licensing policy. Generally, the aim is to understand what our community tenants are already needing to collect for their own purposes or for other reporting purposes, and try and find regular reporting that actually is already part of their normal operating process.
I have Councillor Greco, and then I'll go to Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. I just had a question that may in part be covered by what Councillor Dimitriadis asked. Earlier on, our officers said that the existing conditions will be grandfathered. I think I understand that. That means what centres are paying now will continue to be paid in future leasing or licensing contracts. So my question would be is that if there's a new leasee that occupies a council facility, say for example a new neighbourhood house, would they then have different conditions applied to them as against the existing neighbourhood houses in terms of the arrangements that they have been grandfathered in?
Through you, Mayor, and thank you for your question. So under the draft leasing and licensing policy, as put to council tonight, any like-type use will be under the same terms and conditions as the grandfathered leases and licences. So it would be a like-type lease. So
I might say that another way. If if we were establishing a new neighbourhood house lease, we would look at the existing neighbourhood house leases and we would seek to match conditions so that each sector is consistent.
Just as a follow-up question to that, it's not clear to me in the policy that actually applies, because my reading of it is that existing conditions will be grandfathered, but in relation to new leases or new licences regarding new tenants will therefore be required to pay all the maintenance costs associated with the new lease, which could be different to what some of the existing leases are. That's what I'm trying to seek clarification in, because it's a question of equity, obviously.
Through you, Mayor, Councillor, thank you for the question. I think in the paper, in the Officer recommendation, clause 6A2 seeks to be clear about that. So it says the outgoings, utilities and maintenance obligations in a lease or licence for any new tenant or licensee will be in line with existing lease or licence agreements for similar type uses.
Does that answer your question, Councillor Greco? Councillor Greco, does that answer your question?
No, that's fine. I said thank you, yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Councillor McCarthy, and then I've got Councillor Demetriadis.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to pick up on a point that was raised by our submitter earlier, which was what would be according to what we have in front of us, and if officers need to take this on notice, that's fine, but the concern was raised about what would be the impact if an early learning centre, for instance, was required to demonstrate as a result of this licensing policy how it delivered community benefit. If the early learning centre was unable to demonstrate that, I would find it highly unlikely, because I think they deliver extraordinary community benefit, but were it to be difficult to document that, what would be the consequence and how would that be responded to by council? Could we have a response to how that is understood at the moment? Because I'm concerned by the question. I have no question at all, but if we can just understand that a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question. Broadly, we've been working on the basis that all not-for-profit groups provide some level of community benefit, and it's on that basis that we've proposed peppercorn rents. One of our obligations in setting a peppercorn rent is to be satisfied that there's community benefit, and so this policy actually embeds that assumption. I think what I would suggest, I don't think the policy has specifics about what would happen in that unusual circumstance. We haven't contemplated that it might come up. It is something we could explore through the consultation.
Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank you to our officer for that response. Can I ask, and once again, if officers need to take time to consider this, but given that this leasing and licensing policy applies to both for-profit and commercial entities and not-for-profit entities, whether there is an option to make a clearer distinction in the policy or in a future incarnation of the policy through the consultation process or in the future that actually provides the benefit of the doubt to not-for-profit entities and treats commercial entities and entities that might be on the border of community benefit in a different way. So can the test be a different test if there is a different type of organisation? So that we are not asking not-for-profit entities such as early learning centres to do an onerous amount of work to demonstrate community benefit. So I suppose I'm seeking advice about whether that can be built into the policy so that's clearer.
Through you, Mayor, we could certainly look at those policy options.
Thank you.
I may just add to that answer, if I may, through you, Mayor. So this policy is a requirement from our audit committee. We did an internal audit, and the audit requirement is to show the benefit we're getting from the subsidy. So that's why that's been the origin of this policy. So it's come from a audit saying council needs a policy to if you like, demonstrate why it invests in such large subsidies. So the onus, I think, will always, so the intent of this is to meet that requirement. But as Rachel said earlier, we're keen to understand through the consultation process how we minimise reporting requirements. Many not-for-profits are already reporting to funders for grants they receive, and if we can use the same information and meet our requirement for transparency, that would be the first place that we would go. And I think there would always be an assumption that a not-for-profit is delivering huge community benefit.
Thank you for that clarification, and on that basis I'm happy to leave the questions there. Although I would just ask if officers can, in considering, depending on the result of tonight's vote, consider how we make that much more clearer for community members who may be volunteers, who may be thinking about what could be considered onerous reporting obligations, because what I've just heard there I don't feel necessarily has been reflected in the question by the submitter tonight, which I think is important. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Dimitriadis?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to follow on from Councillor Greco's point, which was the response was that it's in the officer recommendation 6A2. I just wanted to ask where in the policy that is, because I think it's important that we that similar types of uses have the same or very similar existing leasing arrangements, but I couldn't see that in the policy. So it seems that currently, according to the policy, new leases will be completely different.
Through you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. So in Table 1, under outgoings, utilities and legal costs, and also maintenance, it says there for lease and licence renewals and new agreements with an existing tenant or licensee, outgoings, utilities and maintenance responsibilities will be the same as the occupier's previous agreement. Then goes on under another clause for new agreements and states all outgoings, utilities, maintenance, charges and cleaning costs will be in line with existing agreements for similar uses.
Thank you. Do you have any follow-up questions? No? Any other councillors that have questions in reference to this item before we enter the debate? Thank you to our officers. Councillors, do I have a mover in reference to this item? Councillor Hannan?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the officers' recommendation.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Newton? Councillor Hannan?
Thanks, Mayor. So this proposed leasing and licensing policy, as we've heard, is about promoting good governance to help us manage council assets fairly and consistently. Council owns a large number of properties. It's important that we're transparent with the community about how these are managed. Although there's not a lot of, there is a lot of detail, and I really appreciate people who've had the opportunity to go through that and ask some really good questions on this. It actually boils down to a pretty straightforward number of main points. So number one, I'd say, is that there is a standard peppercorn rate for not-for-profit organisations, $104 per year, which, as we've heard, is set by state government. So that's not set by council. Number two is an important one. There's no changes, no substantial changes to existing costs and maintenance, costs for maintenance and utilities for most organisations, as we've heard, with, you know, I think almost all organisations keeping their current terms with the new lease in terms of maintenance. Number three, there is a requirement for basic reporting on usage of facilities. And we've heard here that the intention is to work with centre managers and draw from existing reporting where possible to make sure that we have some really useful evidence of the great value that the centres provide while not wanting to add excessive burdens to the centres. And in fourth point is that in the case of commercial income, that a portion of that would be recouped by council, which is appropriate given that it's council land. So just to be clear, the proposed term of these leases and the policy itself is not about commercial gain or removing community managed kindergarten or childcare services with the privatised model. It's about having consistency across all properties. I just wanted to reiterate a few points. As discussed at the October 2023 meeting, Darebin Council is fully committed to supporting community managed centres for childcare and kinder, and is in fact increasing our investment in this area with $8 million of new investment over the next 4 years. We are genuinely open to feedback, and I encourage everyone to get involved in that consultation. And I really want to thank everyone who's taken the time to come tonight and to make submissions. We're really keen to work with you to get the leasing for these centres right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. I think Councillor Hannan has covered it quite well, but I just really want to reiterate that I know there are a lot of people in the audience here for this item, and I think if you read through the policy or the draft policy, it is really clear that we'll be staying on a peppercorn basis for childcare leases at $104 per annum, and I think it's worth reading out this part too. There would be no change or increase to outgoings, utilities and maintenance obligations on any existing tenant or licensee, even if a new lease, license agreements or renewal of lease/license agreements takes place, and that the outgoing utilities and maintenance obligations in a lease license for any new tenant will be in line with the existing lease license agreement for similar type users. So similar to Councillor Hannan, I really see this as just something that makes sure that we're consistent about how we do leasing and licensing across the board for all of the centres that we rent to. And I think that there has been, I suppose, some heat around this issue, and I really encourage you to contribute to the consultation process and really just have a look at what it is saying, because I think there's been a lot of misinformation in the public, and I really want people to get the facts straight.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors who would like to speak either for or against this item? Councillor Greco?
Thank you, Mayor Williams. I'll be speaking against accepting this item, and I'll be foreshadowing an alternate motion where we defer this item. And I think it's only fair that we defer this item, given the whole range of questions that have been asked, that we need to get this draft policy correct. We need to put our best foot forward when we put a draft policy out to the community. By doing that, we actually lessen the misunderstanding or the issues that are open to interpretation, and like that, the feedback that then we do get back will not be feedback that is because of a misunderstanding of what the policy is. So we need to be crystal clear in relation to what the policy is. There've been, again, as I said, there's been a lot of questions that have been asked here tonight, both by people in the gallery and also councillors. Some of them have been answered, but the very fact that there is uncertainty in the community about what the policy actually means, we need to do a better job in getting our words right, getting our message right in relation to what the policy actually says. So I'll be foreshadowing that we defer this, not to the never never. We have a meeting in mid-December. It's only a couple of weeks away. That, I think, will be enough time for us to tidy up some of the definitional issues that have been raised, and then we could put the policy out in mid-December, and then we can have a more, a better consultation process, which is not conditioned by a sense of fear of what the policy may mean and not mean. So like that, we have a better constructive conversation with our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Are there any other councillors who would like to speak either for or against the item? Councillor Demetriadis?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have an amendment that I wanted to add to this particular recommendation, just in case it does get up. Sorry, my time's up, but it's about the amendment. I'm putting in an amendment. I'm asking if the mover and the seconder would appreciate my amendment. I circulated it to all councillors.
Can I ask a question?
I will allow questions. Normally we wouldn't, but considering the amount of expression in reference to this item, that I'll allow it. Councillor Newton?
Through you, Mayor Williams, we only received this amendment just a few minutes ago, so I'd like to understand what it means by there is a presumption in favour of negotiating with the existing occupier. I'm not familiar with the term presumption in favour.
Okay. Not for you to answer, Councillor Dimitriadis. This is for our officers or the CEO. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, the way I would interpret that is essentially that we would look first at any existing occupier, and if they were providing community benefit of some sort, that we would then negotiate with them in the first place. What that would mean in practice is we'd be unlikely to run expression of interest processes where there's existing occupiers.
Thank you. And just supplementary to that, do we lose anything by doing that? Is there any risks to that option?
I would say you've got you've got a number of leases where you deliberately put them in place for a short-term use. It would sort of affect those.
Through you, Mayor, in expressions of interest in the section which the council is seeking to amend, it does say council reserves the right to negotiate solely with the existing occupier. I'm just wondering if there is a need for this, and above that it says we do an EOI just for buildings leased for the first time. Perhaps you could, to answer Councillor Newton's question, clarify that second point. When would we reserve our right to negotiate with an existing occupier?
Look, my interpretation is that this is a stronger statement than the one that's currently in the policy, and so there would be limited times where we would choose to go to an expression of interest process here, whereas under the existing policy, I would expect that there are some more times where that would be sort of viewed as the sensible judgment. I think the other thing I would just note, though, is that we are talking about a draft policy for consultation, and so we're not trying to establish a policy here, and what we would certainly do in any circumstance is come back to council with sort of fuller advice.
So, sorry, through you, Mayor, just to clarify, my question was, is it better to amend that paragraph rather than put it where Councillor Dimitriadis has suggested in the policy? You might need to take that on notice, but I think if we, sorry, through you, Mayor, I'm just trying to clarify the officer's advice for the councillors. We put it where Councillor Dimitriadis has suggested. We may need to amend that bit of the policy as well, because otherwise you've got two conflicting things in there. And I'm just trying to work out where it's best to put it, Councillor Dimitriadis. So my suggestion would be that if you wish to amend, you also consider that second paragraph, because it goes to when we might go to an expression of interest or not. I hope that helps you, Councillor Dimitriadis.
It might be best to adjourn now.
We can adjourn for a minute. We can give some advice if you...
I'm going to ask for an adjournment for 5 minutes, if that's okay, with a maximum of 10 minutes, so we can go through this and have a chat. As this, not all councillors and officers were aware of the amendment coming forward, and for those who need a toilet break would be probably appropriate time now.
Mayor, before you adjourn, can I just ask one more question that can be considered by our officers during adjournment, and I would like to make sure that it's clear what the question is.
Sure, I'll allow it.
It's just the interpretation of the proposed amendment, whether it applies to all occupiers or just those that might be considered not-for-profit, because I think we might be talking about potentially different situations here. So just some clarity about whether it applies universally or just those that are considered not-for-profit. Thanks.
All right, thank you. As I said, we'll adjourn. We'll come back about, let's say, 8:05. Is that all right? Thank you. Councillor Messina. Thank you. I forgot to mention, my timer's not working. My timer. Thank you. Okay, we're back on. Now, we had a few questions. Did we get the amendments that we've added in there up on the screen? Councillor Demetriadis, were you happy with that amendment and that wording?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Councillor Messina, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Through you, Mayor, sorry, I can hear some echoing, so I'm sorry about this. Just in relation to changes to the policy, should Councillor Demetriadis' amendment be accepted by the mover and a seconder, it doesn't delay the consultation, but what it does is open up more the doorway to address some of the concerns in the community. Is that correct? And can I ask that question to the CEO, please?
Sure, thank you for the question.
Through you, Mayor, that's correct. Again, councillors, this is going out to consultation, so I think this amendment provides greater clarity on one aspect. It is a long consultation plan where we are hoping that the community, tenants and licensees will raise these sorts of issues, so when the final policy comes back, they can be accommodated in the final policy in March or April next year.
Councillor Messina, you have another question?
Thank you, CEO. So my question is, should this not be successful accepted by the mover and the seconder, then it is an option for Councillor Demetriadis to move that, and I'm happy to foreshadow that I'm happy to support it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions at this point in time? Okay, I had Councillor Hannan as the mover, Councillor Newton as the seconder. I've had Councillor Greco speak to the item, Councillor Demetriadis speak to the item.
So, Mayor, I'm happy to accept. Sorry, I'll stand.
Mayor
Williams, I'm happy to accept the amendment as revised on the screen.
And Councillor Hannan, do you accept it?
I'm happy to accept the item. I'd also request to have a right of return about their substantive item.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said then.
Accepting the amendment. So I understand the mover and the seconder have seconded the amendment. And
okay, thank you. That's all I'm asking.
No right of reply.
Councillor Lawrence?
I was going to speak to the item.
I was just seeking to speak to the substantive motion we now have.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Demetriadis. She had her hand up first in reference to speaking to the item, then I'll come to you to Councillor Lawrence. Councillor Demetriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be abstaining on this item. Thank you for including that particular little tiny change in the draft policy, but I will be abstaining on this item, and that's for a number of reasons. Firstly, because there still are a lot of questions that need to be answered about this policy that even myself I'm unaware of, and given the late notices this has come to us, I believe we haven't expressed all avenues in response to this policy. I also note that there's been a lot of questions from community members. There's also been a lot of questions from centres as well, and even some of the responses that we've had here today. For instance, the policy embeds assumptions, or and the requirements that additional reporting requires clarity. I think all these need to be very clearly understood, if not expressed in the draft policy before they go out to community consultation. And my feeling is that at the moment the draft policy is not in a position to be released to community consultation because we ourselves still have questions to ask and to seek clarity on a number of these things. So I will be abstaining on this, and I will be supporting Councillor Greco's motion to defer this particular agenda item. However, the amendment that I am raising to this one is just to seek clarity, to give more security and certainty to community organisations, so that when it does come to the expression of interest process, they have a presumption that they will most likely get the lease. However, as I stated, I will be not accepting this to go to community consultation, and I will be supporting Councillor Greco's alternate motion to defer this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Williams. Yes, at the moment, I'd like to thank Councillor Demetriadis and Councillor McCarthy adding in those bottom items to give this some clarity. However, there still remains the issue about the 5 years, which we've heard loud and clear is an issue. And I'm still concerned that we address that elephant in the room, because obviously I think we have addressed the difference between not-for-profit and commercial, which we know is very different. But I'm also concerned that, and we have addressed the peppercorn rents because they are actually state-controlled. So I'm concerned with some of the assumptions that have come from the Internal Audit Committee, and those assumptions are that commercial, childcare and not-for-profit are some kind of equal use of resources. And we know actually that not-for-profit involves parents with a great deal of effort, and it involves a great deal of effort from committees. And the subsidy of allowing people to use buildings that past ratepayers and they themselves paid for is actually to provide quality for the next generation. It's not a product. It's not a commercial entity. It's actually about creating the conditions for quality early learning, which we know sets up people for lifetime skills development and education. So I feel that a lot of the language is taking us down a bookkeeping path, and I also feel that the 5-year lease thing may just be a commercial thing, 2 and 3, that we do when we're doing commercial leases, but maybe we should revisit that too in how we do the wording. So I have those still those lingering doubts and favour of deferment.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any more speakers in reference to this item? If not, I'll put the item to vote.
I'd like to have a right to speak.
Sure. Councillor Hannan, you have a right of reply.
Lena shaking her
Hang
head.
on, let me just get a moment.
Do I not, as the Speaker, have a chance to speak? People have spoken against this substantive item. I think he does. He's for the original.
Yep. So you've accepted an amendment that gives you've lost your right of reply in reference to once you've accepted an amendment. Under 4.7, under the governance rule. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Demetriadis for her amendment, which I was happy to contribute to in relation specifically to the clarity between not-for-profit organisations and commercial organisations. I'm actually really confident that our community will respond and will help identify where the policy issues might be. I'm also confident in the work of our council officers, many of whom live in this community, and in fact, many of whom also use our services to try to get this right. I'm actually really confident in our community overall and our council to work together to find a licensing and lease policy that actually does what we're asking it to do. And that is response to the Audit Committee's request for some clear policy in this space. So I'm actually supportive of us going out with this policy as it is, even though we've identified tonight that there are some wording changes that may be required. That's why we go out for consultation. There is not a single time I can remember in my time on council where council has gone out with any policy having it 100% correct. And that is why we have an open process. There may be things in this policy that are actually radically wrong, and I'd rather us give our community as much time as possible to respond to that, but also to meet our state obligations and our audit requirements. If we were to defer this tonight, and I just want councillors to be aware of the consequences, that means that the consultation wouldn't commence until probably around the 20th of December. So that truncates the time that people have before Christmas, and it really, yes, we could run all the way through to March. We could run beyond there, in fact. We could run for 6 months on this. What I'm concerned about is probably at the other end, which is the risk on two fronts. One is our audit committee coming back to council, and in fact the state government also saying to council, where's your policy? But also the risk of corruption and malpractice by not having a policy in place. So I ask councillors to consider putting this out now, and let's hear from the community.
Thank you. I have Councillor Messina, you've had your hand up.
Thank you, Mayor. One more further question, if I may. If we commence a community consultation and it's clear that there's some further misconceptions in the community, are we able to extend it at the council meeting in December? Should we require that?
Can you repeat the question?
Sorry, you cut a little bit in and out. So you're saying that if you have further questions, can we extend?
No, sorry, Mayor. I guess it's the echoing that's happening at the moment that I can hear. My question is to the CEO. Should community members show distress and anxiety based on what's currently out there, just like we are with the early childhood centres, are we able then to extend the term of the community consultation at the December meeting? Should we require it, given if the feedback from the community is that they're still needing more time for more clarity?
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Messina. Absolutely. I should note that the councillors have been fully briefed on the engagement plan. This is not a normal engagement where we are just putting something up on the website and letting people have their say. Officers will be meeting in workshops and talking to existing tenants one-on-one, and will be available to answer any questions, to inform their feedback into the consultation process. So I think it's a much deeper engagement with tenants and licensees, where officers will meet one-on-one if people have got specific questions or want greater clarity. And there is a great deal of engagement material that's been prepared by officers, including examples, so people can look at an example of a like organisation to theirs and see what the policy may mean for them. So all of that engagement material is either prepared already or is very close to being prepared.
Thank you. Councillor Demetriadis.
I just wanted to ask if organisations or community members have concerns about the policy, how will that impact, how will that feedback be relayed to councillors other than it coming back in when the consultation finishes? So I understand that people can actually go out and we're going to go out and ask questions, but then how is that feedback going to come to council, and how are councillors going to be able to make a full policy by the end of March, or so we can approve a policy if we continue on this path of just going straight to community consultation without fully exploring what other options are available?
Through you, Mayor, I'm going to get Rachel to answer this. I do want to clarify that Council have received a number of briefings on this policy already in the lead up to us putting this draft to you. There was some changes to the draft as a result of that last briefing, but I'll ask Rachel to answer your question, Councillor Demetriadis.
So the consultation plan to reach a lot of people has a lot of different methods for doing that, including meeting with stakeholder groups and allowing direct submissions in. So direct submissions, it's very straightforward to share those with councillors. We usually try and summarise them so that you've got some sort of overall advice, but we also try and share them in full with councillors so you have access to all of them. In regards to meetings, what we need to do is keep good notes and records, explain also, often those workshops, we work together and you end up with a solution coming out the end of it, so the things people start with at the beginning of the meeting might be different, so it's our job as officers to use our judgment and pull that together. I would say that on a complex topic like this, I would expect to be briefing councillors and updating you on how that consultation is going at least once a month and probably at every briefing meeting. And then, of course, there is an opportunity at any stage, councillors, to ask for more work to be done on a policy issue or an aspect of this. So if you did find that you were getting feedback that suggested we should go down quite a different approach, that would be open to you and we could have that conversation.
Thank you. Councillors,
I've got one more question.
I'll allow one more question, but as I mentioned earlier, I have the discretion that we should not be continually asking questions during the debate. This will be the last question I'll allow, and that's it. Thank you. Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. In regards to the briefing that councillors have received, I think that was in preparation for a policy, but we weren't actually briefed on the policy, unless I'm mistaken. So I haven't read the policy before going to a briefing. Is that so? I just wanted to clarify whether that, because that policy didn't actually come to council laws, whether we will get an opportunity to actually discuss the ins and outs of the draft policy before.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. To our officers or CEO.
It's true that the one that's in your papers has some changes in it off the back of councillor feedback about previous drafts.
And to be clear, that was at a briefing 2 weeks ago. I think we talked about the changes in the policy, and we've had 2 briefings before that on the need for the policy and the categories within the policy. So there are some changes, but they've been a result of a series of council briefings where we've worked through the policy with councillors. Mayor.
So, councillors, are there any more councillors who would like to speak either for or against the item? Thank you to our officers. If not, I'll be asking to have this item to put to vote. All those in favour? I have Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Newton and Councillor Messina. All those against? And those abstaining. Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Greco and Councillor Lawrence. We have a tie. And I use my casting vote and say that I also, I'd have to, I don't know if I can abstain. I've never done that. I have to vote. For or against? I then vote it down. That item has not been passed. Councillor Greco, I believe you have a foreshadowing.
Yeah, look, I move an alternate motion without getting into any further debate. The alternate motion is to defer this to our December meeting. And so that, like that, we can actually collect some of the concerns that have been raised, integrate those into the draft policy, and then bring it back to our December 18, I believe, meeting. And like that, we could put it out for community consultation in a much more holistic and better way. Thank you.
Do we have a seconder, or will we just wait for that item to come up? Oh, my apologies, Councillor Dimitriadis. Councillor Greco.
Mayor Williams, I've already spoken to it, so...
You have nothing else to say?
Nothing
okay,
else to say.
Councillor Dimitriadis.
Nothing further to add, thank you, Mayor.
I'll put that item to vote. All those...
Excuse me,
I'm sorry, I'd like to speak against Councillor Newton, and then I'll go to Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. We have people in the audience who've come to hear this item. We have had extensive briefings on this item. We've reviewed it as a result of what councillors talked about. There is no reason to defer this to, I believe that with our next council meeting being on the 18th of December, this would mean starting a consultation process on the 19th of December, which is the week of Christmas Eve. So I see no reason to defer this item. It's a draft policy, it's not the policy. So any concerns that anyone has, they can raise it in the consultation process. I'm against this deferral motion.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to respond to some of the comments that have been made tonight, I agree there has been some confusion and I would say misinformation about what is in this leasing policy. Just this evening, tonight, we've accepted a petition which is simply incorrect. It states that council is cutting down leases to 2 years. Well, that's factually wrong. It's 5 years. It states that council is looking to burden centres with additional rates, taxes, utility and maintenance costs. That's factually wrong. If you look at the policy that we're considering in this item, it is not doing that. So the point here is that in the absence of the formal policy going out, there is an information vacuum and people with the best intentions, hard-working people who are working as paid staff and volunteers to give the best start to our kids in childcare centres, what do they have to go on? They have second-hand information. We gave a commitment to formally put out this policy for transparency and to be clear about what our commitment is to this community. The fact that there are questions being posed is not a reason to continue the ambiguity and confusion. The fact that there are questions posed is a great opportunity for genuine development, genuine consultation. As my colleague, Councillor McCarthy has said, that is actually when you do go out for consultation. You don't wait until you've got something 100% cooked and then put it out for a kind of cursory consultation. We want to hear. We want to hear from community members. And you could say it's already started, the consultation's already started on an informal basis. However, it has no formal basis until we put it out. Let's immediately put this policy out for consultation, not just dropping it the week before Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Are there any further speakers in reference to for or against then? If not, then I'll be...
I had just a right of reply very quickly. I wasn't going to say much, but from what I've heard, I think it warrants a right of reply. Look, this is a draft policy. We need, as a council, to go out to the community on our best foot. So we need to make the policy and provide as much clarity as possible in any policy that we put out. Why do we need to do that? The reason why we need to do that, because like that, the information that we get back from the community is not information that's based on uncertainties or conspiracies and things like that. Let's tighten up this policy. We've heard a lot of comments already tonight. Let's integrate that into the policy. It won't take that much work. And as the CEO mentioned, the policy will come back to us in March, April next year. So just deferring it a couple of weeks is not going to change dramatically when it does come back to council. And like that, we create better trust with our community in terms of what we're putting out actually creates a constructive feedback and a constructive conversation with our community. That's what we want, because early childhood education is much too important to actually cloud with uncertainty and with a lack of any. Just recently, the federal government announced is thinking about making early childhood education universal. That's the importance of this issue. So let's get it right. Let's get the right policy out there for discussion and let the community then discuss in a constructive way and feed us back information. And so like that, we can start off on the right foot.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. I'll put that item to vote. All those in favour? Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Messina, Councillor Williams. All those against? Councillor Newton, Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy. That item has been passed. Thank you. We'll get Councillor Rennie back. Because we've done a rejig of the council business of order, we'll go back to 9.1, councillors. Putting the heaters on. Councillors, we were at 9.1. Do we have any questions to our officers? If not, do I have a mover? Question?
No, happy to move.
Happy to move. Councillor Hannan. Are there any questions before? And I've got Councillor Rennie as a seconder. Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. So this is our quarterly report as part of Council's regular reporting for transparency. It includes updates on the Council Action Plan, Council resolutions, procurement and financial performance. It's early days. We're in the first quarter of the financial year, but the summary is that activities are generally tracking well. 85% of Council Plan activities are on track. Financial performance is rated as stable.
Sorry, Councillor, I hate to interrupt, but I do wonder whether you're talking to the wrong item.
Oh, I'll move that one as well. This item is part of Council's regular reporting for transparency. In addition to the quarterly reporting, which you'll be hearing about very shortly, it provides a summary of councillor briefings. It provides reports by the mayors and councillors. It notes in our councillor expenses report, and there's a minor point there about appointing committee members to the Darebin Nature Trust. Significant, especially to people who have applied, and we thank them for their application. It's 1 month later than the decision of the last meeting.
Excellent.
I'll leave it there, and apologies for my confusion.
No problem. It is a quick, short report, that one is. Councillor Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor. I think Councillor Hannan covered that extremely well, and I'm impressed with the smoothness of your transition, actually. So I'd particularly just like to thank all of the people, community members, who took the time to apply for positions on the Darebin Nature Trust, noting that it is a significant commitment that people make. It's very generous of people to donate their time and their expertise and thought to council, and regardless of whether people were successful or not, I think that's worth celebrating and acknowledging.
Great, thank you. If there are no further speakers, then I'll put that item to vote. All those in favour? That has been carried unanimously, thank you. 9.2, 2023 to 2024. Councillor Lawrence, you have a question to our officers?
Yes, just on item 9.2, which covers many things, which I'm sure Councillor Hannan's going to cover in more depth. Could I just ask if officers could provide an update on the progress of Council's decision to purchase parts of Clements Reserve? Because I just think there's some
Rachel?
developments there that are in the public interest.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, and thank you for the question. I can advise that Council's team's been working to implement Council's decision to purchase several parcels of land that we know as part of Clements Reserve. The reserve feels like one piece of land if you're on site, but there are several parts that are owned by the state government currently and have been planned for a very long time for residential subdivision. Part of the reserve used to be a rifle club. Council's been planning to remediate those areas following the land transfer, really to make sure it's managing that site for the long term. I would say that there are no current community safety issues at that site. We have been close to finalising the transfer of the land to Council. However, this has been delayed and will take some more time. The main reason for the delay is that we need to do some further investigation into the remediation approach. In 2021, Council notified the EPA of some subsurface contamination. We are expecting a notice to be issued by the EPA, and that is expected to specify that further investigation be done in the area where the old rifle club was. That investigation would assess the risk in more detail and help confirm the best remediation approach. Council and the Department of Transport and Planning have factored remediation costs into the discussions so far. It is possible that those could change following further investigation, and that's why we're needing to take some more time to complete that ahead of confirming the details of the transfer. Council and the State Government's Department of Transport and Planning are working collaboratively. We're all hoping to get a good outcome for the community on that site. And I do just want to reconfirm that there aren't any concerns currently about community safety in relation to that site. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, councillors, if there are no further questions, I'll ask for a mover. I believe Councillor Hannon has already expressed that he would like to be happy to move that item. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Rennie. Councillor Hannon.
Thank you, Mayor, and apologies again for the confusion. I think the moving around of items got me on the wrong foot, but I'll just pick up from where I was. I was about to mention the financial performance of Council in this first quarter of the current financial year. It's rated as stable. The operating surplus is currently $2.8 million ahead of the budgeted amount for this time of year, although this is largely due to variances in the timing of revenue and expenses. Cash and assets are also ahead of budget for this time of year. It's worth noting that there have been already 32 resolutions from Council in the first 3 months of this year, which is in addition to the Council plan, and each of those requires resourcing to deliver, and so just really appreciate the work of all staff involved in delivering the plan as it is, and in particular going a bit beyond for those additional resolutions, and so far 9 have been completed and 23 are in progress. There are always a number of highlights of every quarter, and I wouldn't usually want to single out just one, but in this case I feel there's been a really major achievement which actually touches many different parts of the organisation. So I just wanted to mention that the opening of the Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre, or NARC, has been delivered on time and on budget. I'm just thinking back, it's actually opened this quarter, so I imagine it'll be reported then, but it was effective completion took place in the last quarter. NARC will be a centre of health, wellbeing, sport and fun. It's an accessible facility for people of all abilities, identities and backgrounds. It's leading the way as the first 100% renewable energy powered public pool in Australia, which will reduce running costs as well as emissions. It was funded 99% by Darebin City Council as a long-term investment for future generations, along with a reduced interest loan and a grant from the state government, which we appreciate. I think this is a great example of a large number of staff working together for a great outcome for our community. And I wanted to commend that and the entirety of the quarterly report to Council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannon. Councillor Rennie?
Nothing to add other than to thank all of the staff who have been involved in the enormous job of putting this report together. I know how many hours of work goes into making sure that we as councillors and our community have access to this excellent information about what's been happening.
Thank you. Do I have any councillors who would like to speak in opposition? No? Then I'll put that item to vote. All those in favour? That has been carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, we have 9.3, which is the Darebin Parking Permit Policy 2023 for adoption. Do we have any questions to our officers? I apologise. We actually have 2 submitters in reference to this item that we really should address first before we move on to the questions. I apologise to our officers. Okay, I believe that we have a submitter, Tanya, that's in the gallery. Is Tanya there? Thank you. Is it Tanya or Tanya?
Tanya.
Tanya, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and councillors. My name is Tanya. I'm here together with my neighbour, both residents of Preston, of a 2-dwelling lot and we wanted to make a submission in relation to the proposed parking permit policy. This affects us on a daily basis, so it's a really important matter for us. And we're urging Council not to accept option 1, the officer recommendation, but instead to support option 2A, which makes some allowances to address a glaring community need, as evidenced by the response to the survey undertaken as part of this review, with 49% agreeing that there should be some change, a response which has seemingly been ignored under option 1. As an example, we live in a street where parking permits are severely underutilised, but because of the restrictions and our house is being built after 2004, we have to drive around neighbouring streets, as does my partner and visitors to my home, in order to find a spot to park. It is the same situation for my neighbour. Sometimes we walk quite a distance in the dark to get back home. And the spaces outside our houses, because of the policy, are vacant. We've each been fined a number of times simply for dropping shopping inside our houses, stopping briefly to drop off kids, coming back to the cars to find fines on the windscreens. It is an absolutely ludicrous situation, and as a rate-paying resident of Darebin, we are dismayed and frustrated and feel discriminated against that we cannot park outside our own homes because of the arbitrary nature of the policy. I'm not entitled to a permit to park outside my house, which is vacant constantly. Option 1 has a permanency, and also it's administratively easy to manage because of the arbitrary nature, hence the support from the officers. Option 2 allows some exceptions, and other councils nearby also have some flexibility in their policies. We understand the need for limits and parameters, but option 2A allows some flexibility, which I urge you to consider.
Thank you.
Thanks.
The second submitted I have this evening is Ruth Jelly. Is she online?
I'm online if you can hear me, Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Ruth Jelly and I am representing Streets Alive Darebin this evening. Streets Alive Darebin is a resident and ratepayer action group with a vision for thriving neighbourhoods where streets are used by people of all ages, irrespective of whether they choose to walk, cycle or use public transport or drive. We support option 1 that's been put forward in the council papers tonight, with the exception of the user pays permits. Options 2A and 2B directly contradict the goals under the current council plan and also this transport strategy, which strives for green, sustainable and livable neighbourhoods. And it also runs against Darebin's leading stance on the climate emergency. Darebin was once a community leader in climate action for the benefit of all residents, and Streets Alive Darebin urges councillors to hold firm to those leadership commitments. As noted in the papers, options 2A and 2B will put greater pressure on Darebin's permit-restricted parking zones, which are concentrated in busy activity centres around public transport and high-density residential areas of the municipality. Parking permit zones exist to ensure that a limited resource is distributed equitably among residents in a particular street. The system would be undermined if this council voted to allow residents with additional means, as opposed to those with additional needs by way of disability or aged care support, to take up more than their share of the limited public space. The goal of the policy, as stated in the papers, is to improve equity in the parking permit system. And the independent reviewer also noted that expanding eligibility undermines that goal. We urge councillors to consider the basic principles of equity when considering the vote this evening, including the usual meaning of extenuating circumstances, being those that are imposed upon us, such as disability or chronic illness, as opposed to the gifting of a car by an employer. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect timing. Thanks, Ruth. We'll ask for our officers to come in now, and if councillors have any questions. Councillors, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do, Mayor Williams.
Councillor Newton, yep.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Williams. I'd like to understand how, if an alternative motion is put up for 2A tonight against the officer's recommendation, how this will impact the Darebin Transport Strategy's goal of doubling the share of walking, cycling and public transport for all trips by 2027.
Thank you for the question. Through you, the Mayor, the option 2A is inconsistent with the Darebin Transport Strategy because it is likely to increase the demand for on-street parking, which is a direct conflict to promoting streets that are safe for walking and cycling.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Williams, I'd also like to understand the impact of what was, again, not the officer's recommendation, but the alternative potential of 2A, what this will mean in terms of putting commercial vehicles, giving them more permits. And I'm interested particularly in big utes, such as the D-Max ute or the Toyota Hilux, what impact this could have on emissions and how it will affect our climate emergency goals.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Newton, and through you, Mayor Williams. 2A would provide the flexibility for a household, should it have a commercial vehicle that they need for work, to have the ability to apply for and access a permit, but the 2A is flexible, and what it does, it allows every house that would be entitled to a residential car parking permit to obtain the maximum 2 permits, regardless of whether they have a driveway or a garage or not. And that's different from the current policy, where if you do have a driveway or a garage and you're eligible, you're ineligible for one. So it provides more flexibility overall for different circumstances, including commercial. Regarding your question about emissions, because we don't have information about the number of households that may have commercial vehicle cars, we can't project the impact that may have on the parking demand, and also the impact that may have on emissions.
Thank you. And again, acknowledging that option 2A is not the officer's recommendation, is there any other council that provides permits in this way for commercial vehicles?
Thank you for the question. Through you, the Mayor, we are aware that other councils do provide some flexibility for lower density developments, in particular 1 to 2 dwellings on a lot. Those policies would accommodate residents that do own a commercial vehicle.
Thank you. That's it.
Councillor Rennie.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Williams. I've been contacted by a number of residents who have a residential parking permit but live in streets where parking is in high demand, and they are complaining that they have the permit but it is difficult to find car parking with their permit. What impact would 2A have on those residents, and what recourse would council have, or what might be the likely impacts for residents who are in streets with parking permits but already finding it difficult?
Thank you for the question. Through you, the Mayor. The impact of 2A is that we would expect greater demand for parking permits, which has the effect of increasing competition amongst residents for a limited number of car parking space, resulting in congestion and poor road safety outcomes. The recourse that would be available to council would be to consider increasing permit fees to try and temper demand.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor Williams, I'd also like to build on my colleagues' advice to you that we would anticipate that
congestion from parking demand, we're anticipating that is more likely to occur where there's places that attract parking, so near an activity centre, a school, or a place of environment or of employment or a railway station. Councillors, the other recourse, the other remedy you would have available to you, in addition to increasing fees to dampen demand, would be to alter the policy, and councillors were recommending to you tonight for all the policy options that after 12 months of the policy being in operation, that we do a review and come back to you and report on the effectiveness of the policy and any unintended impacts and any potential remedies that we might recommend at that time.
I'm going to allow one more question, but then we need to go to extend time. So can you keep it to a question?
Yes.
Councillor Lawrence?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just seeking to fully understand the issue of the permits in relation to Springthorpe. And I certainly hear the debate about people who have off-street parking, using it for that and not using it for storage or workshops. So Springthorpe, I believe, is covered by their own policies in that. So I'm just trying to seek that there isn't any conflict in this global policy in undoing what is actually environmental best practice already going on in Springthorpe.
Thank you for the question through you, the Mayor. The officer recommended policy does include a line item that parking permits would be extended to Springthorpe residents, which is the current policy.
Just a supplementary, because
we need to extend time.
Happy to do so, Mayor.
Councillor McCarthy, I've got Councillor as seconder. All those in favour to extend time? Thank you. Councillor Lawrence, you did not vote. Are you voting or not? Thank you. That's been carried unanimously. Carry on to your question.
Just supplementary, just so I can understand, because the circumstances people are talking about is that where there's off-street parking, but people are parking these large trucks, etc., on the actual curb, this policy won't undo the policy of Springthorpe, which is a corporation policy, that you can't use your garages for non-garage use. They're actually leading by example, I think, for the whole city, and that's where we have done to our restrictions because of the overflow from La Trobe Uni.
Your question is?
Just that this global policy won't contradict the policies of the Springthorpe Corporation.
Thank you for the question through you, the Mayor. No or not.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any other further questions before we enter the debate? I've got Councillor Messina, then I've got Councillor McCarthy. Councillor Messina?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Williams, I'd like to know, does Council know what percentages of vehicles are used by a municipality as trade vehicles?
Thank you for your question, Councillor Messina, and through you, Mayor Williams. No, we don't have data on how many households owns a commercial vehicle, a light commercial vehicle for the purposes of work. So we can't project at this stage what impact that may have on congestion.
Thank you. I have a supplementary, if I may, Mayor Williams. It'll be quite quick. You mentioned light commercial vehicles, yet I've heard Mack vans and something else in the commentary in the chamber. What is a light commercial vehicle, please?
Thank you for the question through you, the Mayor. The Vic Roads registration process does not draw a distinction between commercial vehicles. When you register a car, it is you can register a light vehicle or a heavy vehicle, and a heavy vehicle is anything exceeding 7.5 metres in length.
7.5, and what's the tonnage?
Thank you for the question. Through you, the Mayor, I'll have to take that question on notice.
I have a question because I believe that there's a rule between what is considered Vic roads in tonnage and what is considered under council as what is allowed to be in your street. You can take that on notice, but I'll go over to the next. Councillor Messina, do you have any further questions?
I think I want to go straight to the vote. I think we've exhausted this enough.
I have Councillor McCarthy has some questions. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to be really clear because there was a question asked earlier and I want to make sure that I heard the answer correctly in terms of how I vote on this. If Council was to choose any option other than option
one.
A, was option one, that it would be departing from the aspirations of the Darebin transport strategy, which I believe was conceived back in 2007. Was it 2007? And still runs until 2017, a 20-year strategy. So I just want to have clarity that if there was any departure from option one, we would actually be departing from that long-held strategy, which predates, I think, all councillors here. Probably Councillor Lawrence wasn't on council at the time.
Are there any further questions?
So can I get a response to that?
Sure.
Thank you for the question. Through you, the Mayor. Option 2A and 2B are not consistent with the Darebin transport strategy, which was adopted in 2007.
I have a question. Just clarity. Will this be coming back to council as a revision on how it's travelling and going over a period of time?
Thank you for your question, Mayor Williams. So for options 1, options 2A and 2B, all of them, we are recommending that after 12 months of the policy being in operation, that we do a review looking at the effectiveness of the policy and any impacts that may be occurring. For example, high parking demand and congestion in streets, and bring a report back to council outlining our findings and, if required, maybe making some recommendations for adjustments at that time.
So there is some wriggle room. Okay, any other councillors? Councillor McCarthy?
Mayor, if I can just ask through you to our officers, exactly how many residents at this point in time are we aware of that hold residential parking permits or have an entitlement to one across the city of Darebin? So how many residential parking permits are current as we understand it?
Thank you for your question, Councillor McCarthy. I would need to take that on notice through you, Mayor, and get our database and report back to you.
Thank you. Are there any other councillors? Councillor Rennie?
Sorry, Mayor, I was indicating I'd like to move the motion when you're ready.
Oh, and I was also put up my hand to foreshadow an alternate motion.
Okay, I'm still in question time. Are there any further questions? Okay, Councillor Rennie implied that she wanted to move the item.
I've just put my hand before you, and you have.
I'll go with Councillor Rennie. If that does not get up, then we'll go with your motion, Councillor Demetriadis. Councillor Rennie?
Thank you, Mayor Williams. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation.
Sure.
Happy to second.
I'll have Councillor Newton as a seconder. Are there any, would you like to speak on the item, Councillor Rennie?
Yes, thank you. First and foremost, I'd like to thank our staff for the mountain of work that they've put into this over many months. It's a really difficult thing to get right, and where parking is concerned, it creates very mixed feelings because when someone wins, invariably someone else loses. And that always makes for a really tricky scenario. I'd also like to thank each and every member of our community who's participated in the consultation on this issue. We've heard very different things from different segments, and rarely, I think, in a consultation process do we see such polarised positions. And, you know, we there have to balance up what we hear from the community with best practice with consistency with our other policies. And it's really clear that best practice in this area is the recommended option. It's what every other council is doing. If you look around metropolitan Melbourne, if you look around Australia, and in fact, if you look globally at what is happening in cities with parking. I can't think of another city in the world which is proposing to encourage more on-street parking at this point in time. I've been back and forth to Paris many times over the last 30 years, and one of the things that strikes me more than anything else in that city is the amount of car parking they've actually removed, and they've replaced it with green streets and green trees. And that is happening right across the world. So I'm baffled that we would entertain an option that did the opposite. But I acknowledge that it's really difficult for us as councillors to stand in the way of people and a car park. What we experience personally, that angst, that frustration when you're driving around looking for a car park and you're just on edge because it's such an awful thing to want to do, I understand that that's, some people's experience of living in their neighbourhoods. The answer to that problem is not to give out more car parking permits. The answer to that problem is to have a community-wide conversation about how we manage this resource better, and to have a community-wide conversation about the value we place on those 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 square metres of land and what it could be used for. Because I know so many residents who would rather have a canopy tree or a bike lane. But I also know a lot of residents who live in streets with parking permits at the moment, particularly up and down the corridor between High Street and the railway line, who pay for their parking permit and who are struggling to get a car park. And so I wonder if we suddenly say to all of those houses, you're now entitled to 2 parking permits.
5 seconds left.
What will happen to those people? And I think that's the door we open. So I really urge councillors to listen to the experts on this and to pass the officer recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor Newton?
Thank you, Mayor Williams. So I second this with reservation. I've never liked this policy. When I first got elected to council, one of the first things we did was declare a climate emergency declaration. I don't think we realised the significance of that at that time, but it was world leading. It was a world leading climate emergency declaration. We still are in an emergency. We're going to have the hottest summer on record. There will be bushfires, there will be floods, there will be natural disasters. And yet the Darebin Council of 2023 is looking to increase cars on the road. It's looking to increase parking permits despite 15% of emissions coming from traffic, despite the climate emergency declaration. So I really second this with reservation. We could be in a situation where we could be looking at making streets for people like we did in 2016 to 2020 before that program was cut. We could be looking at doing more octopus schools. We could be looking at how to make our streets pedestrian-friendly, wheelchair-friendly, cycling-friendly. We could be looking to what leading cities like Paris do, where they've gotten rid of 70,000 parking spaces to allow for trees, to allow for cycling, to allow for walking, to allow for wheeling. So I second this motion with reservation. I think that the officers have done an incredible job in a difficult situation where councillors have asked for this. This is not things that was recommended by traffic engineers. This was recommended or suggested by councillors. I don't like the parking permit policy. I do like the carers permit. I think that's a fantastic initiative. I understand the need to manage traffic. I did not support anything that encourages more cars on the road and more congestion.
Thank you. Are there any other further councillors who would like to speak for or against this item? If not, then I'll put that item to vote. All those in favour in reference to the officer's recommendation, which is number 1. I have Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton. All those against. I've got Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco and Councillor Lawrence. All those abstaining, myself. In reference to that item is has not been carried, and we'll move on to the next item. Councillor Demetriadis.
Sorry, Mayor, I wanted to raise an alternate motion.
You have an alternative motion?
Yes, option 2A for the parking permit policy.
Option 2A, thank you. Are there no changes or it's just as is as 2A?
As is, thank you.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that one? Councillor Greco. Councillor Demetriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I was elected to council in 2020, Darebin Council announced blanket 2-hour parking restrictions in large areas of our community, including Fairfield, Alphington, Northgate, and as we've just heard today, even Preston is being impacted by a lot of these restrictions. So what this meant for a large number of residents was that many members of the community could not park outside their homes, nor have visitors or workers come to their house without applying for a costly parking permit from Darebin Council, and even this was challenging because of the restrictions associated with the parking permit policy. What it also meant is that people in dire situations, such as women fleeing family violence, have not been able to obtain a parking permit to date. However, today we have an opportunity to change this and make access to parking permits fair and reasonable. After 3 years of advocating for changes to the parking permit policy, what I propose in this alternate motion above, and what is also in line with the results of the 2 community consultations that occurred over the last year, is to include in this policy expanding the 2004 rule to allow 2 dwellings on a lot built after December 2004 but before the date of this revised policy to access residential permits. Allow all households eligible for a residential permit to access a maximum of 2 permits, and this includes a permit for a commercial vehicle. It also allows permits to be obtained for carers and to be done so at no cost. It allows for a user pays permit and daily visitor parking permits, as well as including permits for extenuating circumstances, for instances where there is a serious need for a resident to have a parking permit, such as a woman fleeing family violence. I hope all councillors can support this way forward, which is in line with the community's expectation and which is fair and reasonable access to parking permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis. Councillor Greco, as a seconder, would you like to speak on the
Mayor
item?
Williams, I'll reserve my right to speak.
No problem. Do we have any other further councillors who would like to speak on the item? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Williams, thank you for that. I'm happy to speak in favour of the alternate motion. I have to say it is really hard to implement a motion across the diversity of this city. In my own ward, I can actually see, 5 distinct areas which have different car parking requirements. Some of them are quite restrictive in Springthorpe and are really leading edge where people are using their garages to park cars. Others in Kingsbury, where the pattern of dual ox was very pronounced, unfortunately it's been replaced by 4 units now, there are extended families there and they still remain having needs for car parking, and just because a family home of 3 or 4 bedrooms is on 250 square metres in Alphington or Kingsbury in particular, they need this clause here. I can understand it's not welcome in other places. I can very much understand along High Street, Northcote and Thornbury. So it's sort of with some reluctance I go for this to this extra motion, but where's the equity in that? And I'd also pick out streets in East Reservoir where there's so many 4-unit developments with 2 or 3 bedrooms, and there's couples and a single person living in one of them, and their car parking requirement on site is not enough to cater for the 4 crammed units. So again, where is the equity in that? And I'm still not sure that some of the lovely houses I've seen in Alphington don't use up more energy than some small dual-ox.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Any other councillors like to speak for or against? Councillor Messina, and then Councillor Messina.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just really quickly, we're not Paris, we're not Europe, and initially we did get it wrong when we did look at this parking permit policy right in the beginning. And some people do want more bikes and more activity centres. We've got an issue with what's going to happen in the future, and that debate about bicycle lanes on High Street is another discussion moving forward, and I know that's coming. I think we should stop punishing small business. How do we anticipate a ute somebody who is a trade, where do we expect them to park their vehicles? Are we saying, don't come to Darebin because we've got nowhere for you to park your vehicle in terms of if you've got tools in your car? The problem is this, is that we need to address planning and people using their garages for storage and people planning in terms of building apartments or building units with driveways, because that's where we really need to tackle it, not with parking permits the way that some of the narrative is going now. And this is a way forward to address some of the concerns that we had initially. Some of the community told us they had these issues, but we didn't listen to them. They came back and told us and gave us feedback, and we continue not to listen to them. When do we stop not listening to our community?
Thank you, Councillor Messina. Are there any further councillors who would like to speak on the item? If not, I'm going to put that on Councillor Newton, and then you have reserved your rights, Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. I would obviously like to speak against the option 2A. This option is against the officer's recommendation. Traffic engineers are against this option. This option is inconsistent with the Darebin transport strategy that was first put in place in 2007. We declared a climate emergency declaration in 2016. We're now in 2023. The climate emergency has only gotten worse, and yet the Darebin Council of 2023, the council that was the first in the world to declare a climate emergency, is now looking at something that is inconsistent with our transport strategy, that is inconsistent with our climate emergency actions, which are part of the 10 big actions, which talk about a plan to set out how to best achieve zero greenhouse gas emissions for Darebin by 2030. It talks about supporting a shift to a circular economy. It talks about programs aimed to improve safety for people cycling, walking and wheeling, increasing active travel, which will also reduce transport emissions. Do you think that we're going to reach our goal of doubling walking and cycling by 2027 if we put forward this option that was against the officer's advice? Of course we're not. I have my son on my e-bike pretty much every day. Is it going to get easier for me to ride with him after this policy goes through? No, it's going to get harder, because what we're doing, councillors, community, what we're doing here is we're giving a free pass to commercial vehicles to park. We're doing that against any sort of climate emergency action. We're doing that despite the fact that these large SUVs, these Toyota Hiluxes, are incredibly bad for emissions. And they're not only bad for emissions, they're bad for safety, particularly bad for safety. So what we're doing here, and, you know, I'm a bit loath. Time's up. Okay, last thing I'll say is that with those utes, you're 50 to 60% more likely to kill someone if you crash into them with a ute rather than a small sedan.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Councillor Rennie.
I think we all know where this is heading in terms of the vote. But make no mistake, this is the night and this is the moment when this council tears up its climate emergency credentials. This is the night when this council says climate emergency really doesn't mean much to us, we are not committed. This is the night when we turn to right-wing populism, because this is actually a very right-wing populist kind of thing to do. And so I think it's really important that any councillor here who pretends to be part of a progressive council that cares about the environment...
Point of order.
Councillor Messina, your point of order number?
I don't have it. I'm assuming it's misleading. We're assuming that vehicles that are commercial vehicles are not electric vehicles. We're making the assumption that they're all petrol and diesel, and we're not working towards encouraging our consumers or our residents to use electronic vehicles or perhaps even hydrogen vehicles. We're making the assumption that
Councillor Messina,
is going to be using
thank
petrol
you.
and diesel
Councillor
vehicles.
Messina, I guess your point of order is at 10.2 or 10.3?
I don't have it in front of me, but it is 10.3 in terms of misleading the community based on what's being said here tonight.
I don't think it's an opinion as what Councillor Rennie is raising. She's just raising concerns regarding the policy that council currently has in place.
And well, then perhaps through you, Mayor Williams, the fact that she's saying that we're going towards a different, her statement and her arguments were pretty strong and leading towards a different direction, but what some of us councillors have been saying in this particular chamber this evening, it's going in a different direction.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. I'll take that on board. Councillor Rennie, you have only a few seconds left.
I think we need to be very clear that this is not a progressive policy. This is not a policy that is future thinking or forward focused for our kids. This is a policy, and I see some of my councillors who I know are going to vote in favour of this looking pretty ashamed, quite frankly, when I look at your faces, because this is not the policy that is going to help our kids and our grandkids live in a municipality that prioritises people over vehicles, that prioritises green space over car parks, and it's a bit of a slippery slope. So for any councillor here who's been proud in the past to say, I'm part of a progressive council, and I've heard that from pretty much everyone, no, you're not, because this is not the action of a progressive council. This is the action of a deeply populist conservative body.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor Greco, as you reserved your rights to speak.
Yeah, I'm glad that I did reserve my right to speak, because it's funny that I get accused of being a right-wing populist when I've always been identified as a left-wing socialist. So I don't know how to take that those comments by my colleague. But let's look at this issue and let's unpack it a little bit. What we've heard is a lot of rhetoric. We haven't heard any evidence or facts about how this policy will actually contribute to the so-called against our climate emergency.
Point of order. That's 10G is a misleading or false statement. And the reason I say that is because we heard very clearly from officers that it was against the Darebin Transport Strategy 2007 to 2027.
Mayor Williams, I am saying that we haven't heard any facts in relation to that particular point. We have only heard rhetoric, we've only heard a statement, but we haven't heard any facts in relation to that. No one's presented here tonight the extent that it would affect greenhouse emissions. No one has actually presented here tonight the extent that it will actually increase car use in our city. Those facts have not come forward. So
No,
that's
but
why
but we did have officers actually imply that we do have a policy in place at the moment, and I will honour what you're saying, and thank you. I acknowledge that. Councillor Greco.
Yeah, I'll just continue on. So one of the things that I'll focus in on, because a lot of the other comments we've made, our officers said that this will come back to us in 12 months. In 12 months' time, we would actually know what the impact of this policy has been in relation to our city. Why don't we actually do that, endorse the policy, see what impact it's had, and if it's had the detrimental impact that our councillors seem to suggest, then let's ask our officers then to analyse that data, and bring it back to council, and then see what remedial action that we could take in regards to that. Now, the accusation, again, that this is a conservative, right-wing, whatever you want to call it, populist claptrap, I think that our colleagues have to get a better understanding of political science in order to understand these comments. Bringing the community along with you, particularly working class communities, bringing them along with you, and instead of imposing policies on them, is what creates resentment in our city and what creates a sense of arrogance on the part of councillors that think that they know what's best for us. Our purpose is to be a progressive council, and we are a progressive council.
Okay,
but we need
Councillor
to bring...
Greco, I'm going to have this item put to vote now.
I've got 22 seconds to finish.
We're running out of time. We are not
leave it
going to
at
get
that.
through tonight's agenda. I allowed Councillor Greco to have his right of reply. I have now asked to have this item put to vote. All those in favour? I've got Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Williams. All those against? Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Newton. All those abstaining? Councillor Rennie, I didn't see where your vote fell. Against? Thank you. That item has been passed. Thank you. I apologise, councillors, but we are running out of time. We will not be getting through the agenda. In going forward, I'm only going to ask councillors, if those who are moving to speak on the item, if you're in desperate need that you need to speak as a seconder and you want to speak for the item, go ahead. And I'm only going to ask for one other person, which would be those who are voting against the item or speaking against it, and then we need to move on, because I'll be asking for the item to be put to vote. The next item that we're going to is 9.4, which is the Northcote Golf Course project. Yeah, so we've only got another 6 minutes before our last extension of time.
I'll move an extension of time.
So move extension of time. Thank you, Councillor Greco. And then I've got Councillor Rennie as a seconder. All those in favour? Thank you, councillors. That has been passed unanimously. Okay, councillors, do we have any questions to our officers in reference to the Northcote Golf Course?
Mayor Williams, I've just got a conflict of interest in relation to residential amenity of family member living close to Northcote Golf Course, and I'll be leaving the chamber while this is debated. Thank you.
Thank you. Meanwhile, we'll ask our officers to come and step up to make sure if there's any questions that need to be answered. Councillors, do we have any questions to our officers in reference to this item? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to get clarity in relation to this item. There's been some consultation in relation to some elements of what's proposed. The report does say that some of the items that haven't been consulted on specifically with affected people, and I'm particularly talking about some of the design elements of the new Eastern Pedestrian Pathway and Cycling Pathway, and also some of the designs for the Northern Park. Just wanting to get confirmation that before anything would proceed in relation to those items, that actual consultation with residents would occur and other interested parties, because we would be, if we accept this tonight, be endorsing those draft designs, but that is absolutely subject to consultation. So I just want to get that confirmation, please.
Thank you. To our officers.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, that's correct. So the intent is that community consultation would be undertaken on the individual elements prior to any construction works that would take place.
Thank you.
And can I ask, that would also go for any elements that are proposed in relation to the Northcote Golf Course space as well, given that it can have some impacts on neighbouring properties?
To our officers.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, that's correct. So all elements presented in the report would go to community consultation prior to any construction works.
Councillors, are there any further questions? If not, then I'll ask for a mover. Do you have any question?
No, happy to move.
Happy to move. Councillor McCarthy. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Rennie. Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Look, just I'll keep it really brief. As councillors would know, council was successful in receiving some funding from the state government, and thanks to our local member for her advocacy to support some design elements. A significant part of that design work is what is covered here. It doesn't include the actual delivery of these items, so it is really just design elements. So everything that has been effectively identified here as options is subject to future funding parcels. I'm not going to debate the specifics here, but really this is both doing two things. One is noting what has taken place and also noting the process going forward, but also providing a sort of a high-level endorsement so we can keep moving forward with what we have received. I want to, in saying that and in terms of supporting this motion, and I do that in the spirit of collaboration with my colleagues, I do want to say that every single item here can have an impact on affected residents and golfers and others. What it requires at that point at which council may consider funding any of these items is actually the right conversation with the right people in the right way. And that might be at a very local level, but it also might be in a way that ensures that we understand the unintended impacts of anything that's proposed. So anything obviously that comes into contact with the Merry Creek absolutely we would need to have engagement of local community groups, including Friends of Bracken Creek, Friends of Merry Creek, and of course the Merry Creek Management Committee. Likewise, anything that is proximate to residential sections along the path that are proposed also requires that level of consultation. So, Mayor, happy to move us forward on this and put this report to the vote. But I would also say that there is quite a bit of work to be done by Council should funding become available for any of these items. And I would obviously like us to prioritise those things that provide access for people with disability to be able to make their way safely from the Northern Park section that's been identified down to Wark Bridge. That would actually bring us in compliance with DDA aspirations, but I think it's also the fair and right thing to do as well. So I would be obviously expecting Council to seriously consider how it meets its obligations for that path to be constructed in due course.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. I have Councillor Rennie as the seconder. Would you like to speak on the
I'll
item?
reserve, thanks.
No problem. Councillors, do we have any other further councillors like to speak for? Councillor Greco?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Williams. I had a slight amendment. There's two extra clauses that I'd like to include. If our officers could bring those up on the board, and I hope that a mover and a seconder would accept those for the expediency of the meeting tonight.
That's been circulated earlier today.
Yes.
Councillors, you've all had a chance to read that and look over it, and will you accept that?
Mayor, I won't accept them, and I did ask for an explanation and I didn't receive one as to what the
Okay,
effect
so
is.
Councillor McCarthy does not accept it, and Councillor Rennie? No. Okay. Do I have a seconder for your amendment? Councillor Greco? Councillor Demetriadis? Councillor Greco?
Thanks, Mayor Williams. I'll be very brief. I think the first point in red there is quite self-explanatory. It just regurgitates our existing commitment in relation to the 9-hole golf course and also in terms of the open space of 5.72 hectares. So it's a regurgitation of that. That actually frames what we're actually looking at in relation to the space in question. In relation to point 4, point 4 has been put in there that, as Councillor McCarthy mentioned, as this project moves forward, there may be moments where, through the consultation process that we have with our community, when the separate areas are being implemented, subject to funding, that there may be minor changes or adjustments that come as a result of the further work that our officers do. And obviously, if there are minor changes or adjustments, they could come back to Council from our officers in terms of options, and so that then we could actually think about how do we incorporate that into the broader master plan. So it provides that additional flexibility as a way of us moving forward, so that we don't have to just keep coming back to Council in relation to this particular matter. So I urge the councillors to support this. It makes our officers' work much more easier, and also it builds into the process as we move further down the track and seek funding. It builds into the process flexibility in order to make sure that what the final product that we do get actually is taken into any further community input and consultation in relation to minor changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. As a seconder, Councillor Demetriadis of the amendment, would you like to speak on the item?
Reserve my right.
No problem. Councillor, any other councillors like to speak against?
Mayor, I'm going to speak against the amendment. Having heard Councillor Greco speak in particular to point 4, I'm concerned by one of the statements that he's just made, and I'm concerned by what it implies, which is to suggest that effectively he intends or proposes or foreshadows opening up a discussion in the community about changing what elements are the park and what elements are the golf course.
Point of order, Mayor. The wording talks about minor changes and adjustments, not what
Councillor Greco, what's your point of order number,
please? Point of order is a misrepresentation of what I'm saying. That if you look at the motion, it refers to minor changes or adjustments. So Councillor McCarthy is implying major changes and adjustments.
Yes, I'll accept that. Councillors, can we just keep to the item that's in front of us, and if you're not happy with it, you either vote on it or vote against it. I'm losing my patience because we are losing and we are running out of time. I apologise, but yeah, I don't think we've had as many outstanding items at this time of the night, considering where we're at. I'll continue, Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't think that these points actually really add value then. If the matters that, as Councillor Greco is saying, minor, I don't even know what that means in this context, because once again, I'm concerned that he's proposing to change the boundaries, and that I don't think is necessarily a conversation that this council is in a position to have with our community at the moment. So on that basis, I don't support the amendments. I think that the motion as put forward by our officers was very clear, and we should stick with substantive, and I think it's a much clearer message to our community. This one obfuscates and potentially creates confusion where there doesn't have to be.
When I'm reading that amendment, I see it as minor adjustments or improvements, but as our officers have pointed out, there will be proper community design and consultation at the time of each designated area if it needs to occur. Any other councillors in reference to this item to speak for or against? If not, then we'll be voting on the amendment of Councillor Greco's item. Councillor Dimitriadis, do you want to speak? No. We are voting on the amendment. All those in favour of the amendment of Councillor Greco? I've got Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco and Councillor Williams. And those are against? Councillor Newton, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannan, all those abstaining. I've got Councillor Rennie. As the casting vote, I will be voting for the amendment. The amendment is now being... Councillor... Yeah. Sorry, Councillor Messina? Okay. That is now the substantive motion. So, councillors, that is now been incorporated into the motion that we have at this point in time. So then we're going back to... All right, we're putting now the item to vote. Those in reference to the existing motion that's in front of us, I'm going to put that to vote. All those in favour? I've got Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor... Oh, it's been voted on unanimously. Great. Thank you.
Mayor Williams, I suggest that the next two items that we consider those in block, and like that we could speed up the meeting.
No, because officers have spent the time in doing those reports. I'm just going to ask for the mover to speak unless somebody wants to speak against it. So let's go to 9.6.
Mayor Williams, are there any that are time limited that need to be heard tonight? I'm just wondering if the CEO could address that. I did send an email around earlier.
Do you want me to answer that, Mayor?
Yes, please.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. The only one that is absolutely time sensitive is 11.3 on Bill Laurie Oval. If you do want to respond to the Minister by the 30th of November, the rest, I believe, could be quickly noted if you want to vote on tonight or push through to the December meeting.
Thank you. We'll move on. We've got 9.6. So to councillors, we are looking at the Darebin Libraries and Learning Strategies. Do we have any questions to our officers? If not, I'm going to be asking, do we have a mover? Councillor Newton, do we have a seconder? Councillor everybody had the hand up at the same time. Sorry, I saw three at the same time. Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Williams. I'm a former Darebin librarian, so I'm very happy to move this report. I think something that I really appreciated through the report was how they've really, I suppose, refocused post-COVID. They've added more languages, they've done events, they've made sure that there's e-resources available. I really appreciate the way that they've pivoted and the way that they've progressed to make sure that this is a contemporary library service. I note that demand for face-to-face rhyme time for 0 to 2-year-olds has sessions brimming with attendees and demand continuing to rise. That's certainly been my experience going to Northcote Library and Preston Library with my 13 2-month-old. They're absolutely huge, and I think it's one of those things. I've always loved the libraries, but now being a parent, I just see a whole nother, I think, lifetime of learning and lifetime of libraries. I do want to note, though, and this is from my personal perspective, they mentioned the Rainbow Storytime that went ahead. It was a very strange, one of the strangest experiences I've had, where I had to sort of walk through Northcote Library and I saw about 8 or 10 uniformed police to go to Rainbow Storytime. I've never experienced anything like that in my life, and I think the saddest part for me was that parents with kids who had wanted to attend decided not to, but I'm still very glad that we went ahead with the event. It was wonderful for the people that did attend, and the librarians did a wonderful job. So I really want to commend them on that, and I want to commend their ability to continue on, make sure that the library is contemporary, well used, and that they're serving our diverse community. I think particularly with the focus on the climate emergency, but also languages and events in other languages. So well done to the team.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. As the seconder, Mr. Councillor McCarthy, would you like to speak on the item? If not, if there's anybody speaking against, then I'm going to put that item to vote. All those in favour? That has been carried unanimously. We'll move on to the next item, which is 9.7. Councillors, we have the Darebin's electronic gaming policy. Do we have any questions to our officers? If not, then can I ask for a mover? Councillor Rennie, Councillor Gaetano, Gaetano Greco as the seconder. Councillor Rennie.
Thank you. It's really terrific to see this policy come back to us, and it's still a really strong policy that is actually nation leading in terms of gambling harm prevention. I note that it's not been an easy policy for every group in our community to get their head around and to implement. And just tonight we had a question querying whether it would be okay for seniors groups to go to pokies venues, and someone who actually said, you know, we watch out for our members. You know, if someone spent 2 hours at a poker machine, we'd go and we'd intervene. I put to councillors that you can lose $1,000 every hour at a poker machine, and anyone who spends 2 hours at a poker machine is deeply, deeply in trouble. And I think that that's one of the reasons why this policy matters so much. That through this policy, our council sends a really strong message to every one of our community groups, to all of the sporting clubs, that we care about our community's health and wellbeing, and that poker machines are fundamentally inconsistent with community health and wellbeing. They are a dangerous product that in most countries of the world cannot be found on every street corner. Many countries ban them altogether, and countries that don't tend to contain them only to casinos. Only in Australia has it become normal to find a poker machine in a pub, and it's not normal, and it shouldn't happen. And so our policy is deliberately strong because we seek to send the message that we want our community to be safe from these machines. And I think that's what we've done. And over the past few years, when we've had a policy like this, we've actually seen very significant change from our community groups, to the point where we've almost weaned every club off these machines. Time and time again, I've heard stories from community members who were introduced to poker machines in the context of a family trip down to a pokies venue, in the context of their seniors club, and they thought because they went with their seniors club, or they went for the awards night of their sporting team, they thought it was a safe place, and they used the machine. And then one day they turned up because they'd had a bad day, their relationship broke down, they'd experienced some loss, and the machine was soothing because that's what it's intended to do and to be. And suddenly it went from being okay and a bit of fun to being incredibly harmful. Our community is losing millions and millions of dollars every single month, and that is money that's not being spent in small businesses. That is money that's not being spent buying kids shoes and school lunches and paying for kids to go and participate in sport. So I know that this is a council that cares deeply about this, and I fully expect that you will unanimously support this. And I think that, you know, it is a leading policy in Australia, and by maintaining such a strong policy, we send a signal to other local government areas who are looking to Darebin for our leadership in this area.
Thank you. Councillor Greco.
Just very quickly, look, I agree wholeheartedly with what Councillor Reddy has said. She's eloquently put that across with a lot of facts and information. I mean, clearly the jury's in relation to poker machines. They are deadly, they are harmful, they are deceptive, and I fully stand by this policy. It is a progressive policy, and it is an Australian-leading policy, and it's a progressive policy that comes from a progressive council. The only other thing that I would say is one of the areas of concern in the policy was in terms of the assistance that we give some of our elderly citizens club particularly, who are lured into gaming venues. There is a strategy there in supporting some of our clubs to actually turn them away from gaming venues, to have diversionary strategies so that they can use other venues rather than go into poker machine venues. And so we'll be supporting our clubs and associations as much as possible in ensuring that they don't use our clubs, they don't use gaming machines. The only other point I made, and Councillor Rennie picked up on this really well, is that the amount of money that is lost in our city almost equates the amount of money that our city collects in rates in order to build all the infrastructure that we have in our city and pay all the wages, the 1,300 people that work in our city. Imagine if that money went into our coffers. We would have pavilions rebuilt, another swimming pool in a big Reservoir Leisure Centre built to equate the one in Northcote. Imagine all that. So it's an important policy. It's a policy from a progressive council, and we need to stand by it and lead in relation to this space.
Thank you. If there are no councillors speaking...
Mayor, I know it's out of order, but I think our community may be interested to know, and I just looked it up, that $7.2 million was lost in the month of October this year.
It is. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal. If there is no councillors speaking against the item, I'm going to have that item to be put to vote. All those in favour? That has been carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to notice of motions. We've got graffiti management 11.1. Councillor Messina, this is your notice of motion.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to move that.
Thank you.
There is an amendment, a slight little amendment from my understanding, that was circulated last Thursday. I'm wondering if officers can put that on the wall.
And that's been circulated?
Yes, it was, yeah.
Thank you. Do we have a seconder in reference to that item? Councillor Greco? Councillor Messina?
I'll keep it brief for the matter of time. It's quite simple. There's a rationale around it, so I won't go too much in the debate. It's basically asking for our task force to work with the local members of local politics, state government, that represents them, police force and Darebin Council to formulate a task force to address not wall murals, but to address graffiti, which is a form of vandalism that damages somebody's particular property. And we need to look at the economic impact of that. We also have to look at the social impacts. How do we look at strategic projects to address the social impact of those that want to create the art form, but also look at the legal challenges that are in front of us. There's an economic impact to local council, there's an economic impact to householders and also property owners. We should not be responsible, a private owner or a commercial operator should not be responsible for somebody defacing their property without permission. I drove through the hospital today, right as in the city centre, right through City of Yarra, right through City of Merribeck and Darebin Council. We are riddled with graffiti and there is no action. We're looking at a reservoir train station which has been continually defaced for a whole year, yet the LXRP has not cleaned it, and we've asked them to do that. We need to formulate a task force urgently because our properties will be riddled with graffiti.
Thank you, Councillor Messina. Councillor Greco? No. Are there any further speakers in reference to this item? If not, then I'm going to put that to vote. All those in favour? I've got Councillor Demetriadis. Oh, that's been carried unanimously. Thank you. We're going to move to the next item. We've got the Bill Laurie Oval Status 11.3. Councillor Demetriadis, I believe this is yours.
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Are there any amendments?
There's a
So that's been circulated?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
When was it circulated?
I've just, multiple times, but I've just also circulated 2 minutes ago as well.
2 minutes ago, as in You had further updates?
With the latest update.
With the latest update. Have you spoken to officers in reference to
Yes.
those amendments? Okay, councillors, do I have a seconder in reference to this item?
Sorry, that's not mine on the screen.
That's not yours?
That's not the latest.
Wasn't sure because it happened 2 minutes ago. No.
I haven't seen it. I also have a question on the email. Well, I've got the email just now, and if it does proceed, I have a question.
Sure. Councillor Dimitriadis, is this your updated version of your notice and motion?
Yes. It says within the total funding, 500,000 funding envelope. Yes.
Mayor Williams, can I ask a point of clarification?
Sure.
Thank you. I'm not sure what acquitted the money means, and I'm not sure what is not dollar for dollar funding means.
Through you, Mayor. The wording of this, and I've previously given Councillor Dimitriadis advice on this, is against the governance rules in my view, in that it will potentially commit council to more than $5,000 in expenditure. I'm just wary of time here. I don't believe I can advise that this amendment be accepted in its current form. I did give Councillor Dimitriadis alternative words before the meeting. It's been changed back.
Can I move a motion to defer the item?
No, sorry, Mayor. It's actually does incorporate.
It has a timeline.
If you have a look at option 6.
Councillor Dimitriadis, you don't need to answer that question.
Because it's not against the governance.
It's not your question to answer. It's officers or to answer Councillor Newton's question.
Can I ask a question? If the item is against the governance rules, what are our options?
I answer that, Mayor?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor. The version I saw this afternoon, 6 is fine because it just calls for a report. 5 is problematic. I think 3 could do with some clarity around not acquitted, but the main problem here is point 5. Providing the Minister with a commitment to use the 500,000 funds, only if it is not dollar for dollar. Dollar for dollar refers to the current agreements where there's where there's dollar for dollar matching required for the grant from council. That's fine, only if it's not dollar for dollar, but what it needs to be is seeking the Minister's agreement to cap the project at 500,000. Otherwise, you run the risk of giving the commitment to the Minister that we can use the 500,000. It could be $1 to 50 cents, and you're going to spend more than $5,000, which is my problem with the wording as it is at the moment. So dollar for dollar doesn't cap it at state funding only at 500,000. It potentially commits council to the Minister to more than $5,000, which is just it's the technical issue with it. I'm not going to enter the debate.
Can the item be withdrawn?
The council could move another amendment, which I advised her on earlier, but this has changed since I last gave the council advice.
And there's a question from Councillor Messina.
Yes, can I foreshadow an amendment to Councillor Dimitriadis' amendment to incorporate what you've just said, CEO?
Well, I think yes, you can, but the mover would need and seconder would need to accept that.
Is that acceptable? Sorry.
Okay, so we now have an amendment on this item.
Sorry, I have a question. I thought we're still asking questions.
I think you're still asking questions, Chair.
Yep, sure.
So I just wanted to make note, because I have gone through it, and it says that point 6 is within the total $500 funding envelope. So I think it's a bit disrespectful to ask the minister that we can only use 500, that design a product for 500,000 when it's actually up to officers to design something for within a specific budget. So basically what I'm saying in 5 is that we respond that it'll be we can use the 500,000, and then it's officers' responsibility, which it clearly says there within the total $500,000 funding envelope from the state government, to design a product that's $500,000 or less. So I don't think it's up to the minister to agree to a $500,000 project. It's actually up to officers to design something that's $500,000 or less.
Mayor, I'd like to move can I move a procedural motion, sorry? In the procedural motion, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just want to make sure we don't overstay time. Can I move a procedural motion that we defer items 11.4 through to 11.8, which is effectively the rest of the business, that we defer those items to the December meeting?
Yep. Do I have a seconder in reference to that item? Councillor Hannon, I'll put that to vote. All those in favour? I've got Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Hannon, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Newton, all against. I've got Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco and Councillor Williams. That is equal.
No, it's passed.
Oh, sorry. It's been carried. Thank you. Getting late now. Okay, so those items will be coming to the next meeting in December, but we're still looking at the existing one at this point in time, which is 11.3.
Through you, Mayor, I just want to respond to Councillor Dimitriadis' question, because she's pointed out Section 6, and I need to give that some consideration. Apologies, I've only just seen this. So I do think you could ask staff to design within the $500,000 envelope. I guess the question is, and that's just a report, so we can do a report. 5 is still problematic in the sense that I don't think it's clear. So only if it's not dollar for dollar, I think it would be much clearer to ask the minister, is she prepared to commit the $500,000 funds to female-friendly facilities without a council contribution? That makes it very clear, because the minister could say, only if it's not dollar for dollar, just rules out one aspect of it. The minister could say, well, I'll go you $1 for 75 cents or $1 for 50 cents. So I'm just trying to get the wording right. I think if you were to, my advice to you, councillors, is if you wanted to do this, you would ask the minister, confirm your commitment to use the 500,000, but ask the minister for agreement in principle for us to bring back to her a proposal for those funds with the project capped at 5,000, and then 6 would make sense. That's really where I wanted to go.
Councillors,
let's go for that wording.
4 minutes to discuss this item.
I'm happy to just put that in and capped at $500,000 if it means we just get this through.
Yeah, so I think it's response to the minister. Can I help you, Councillor Dimitriadis, to get this right? Response to the minister, confirm commitment to the 500,000 on the basis that the project cost is capped at $500,000 of state funding, and then I've got no problem with it technically.
We've only got about 3 minutes left, councillors.
Don't we have an extra 15 minutes, Mayor?
If you want, you've got 15.
Yeah, we do, sort of.
We could, I think under one of the clauses. We've moved it now 3 times, haven't we? Twice.
Just give her a minute to get this right.
I still need to move the extra 15 minutes, don't I?
I mean, to be clear, I think if you're just asking the state to fully fund female-friendly is another way to put it, at $500,000.
Councillor McCarthy?
Sorry, Mayor. I'm really concerned about the message we might be sending to the Minister. I really hope that the Minister is prepared to give us money in future. So I don't want us to send something to the Minister that is not going to be well received. Having just seen this motion and just seen what it's asking us to send to the Minister, I'm not at all confident that our request will be met based on correspondence we've received. So, Mayor, I'd like to just foreshadow if this motion does actually get debated. I will be proposing an amendment that Council also make available in the next report that we receive, both our original motion that considered the Bill Laurie Oval and our reasons for not proceeding, and also the letter we received from the Minister, because I think we need to be clear about the situation we're in. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, just get clarification from our CEO.
And Mayor, I just would ask if I'm sorry, I should have asked, if I was to do that, are there any issues with making the Minister's letter available as part of the next Council report?
Did you get that, officers?
I'm going to take that on notice for you, Mayor. I would probably want to check with the Minister's office before making any letter from the Minister public.
Councillors? I'm in your hands. Are there any to speak on the item?
So I've just received confirmation from the CEO that as it's currently written, it's fine by governance. So I would just like to speak to this. I'm raising this notice of motion because in 2018, Darebin received $450,000 in funding.
Councillor Dimitriadis, do we have a seconder? Was it? Yes. Hello, do we have a seconder in reference to the item? Councillor Greco?
Yeah, thank you. I'm raising this notice of motion because in 2018, Darebin received $450,000 in funding from the state government for female-friendly facilities at Bill Laurie Oval. However, despite the state government providing the funds to council to complete the project in 2020, council has not acquitted the money to deliver the project. As of today, the 27th of November 2023, which is 5 years after this announcement, Bill Laurie Oval is still lacking female-friendly facilities. This is why I've requested for council to receive a report in early 2024 outlining the costs and a potential design of the build for permanent female-friendly facilities at Bill Laurie Oval using the $500,000 funds from the state government that can later be integrated with any new development at the Bill Laurie Oval site. And in light of this, council will need to respond to the Minister by the 30th of November 2023 to confirm our commitment to use the $500,000 funds from the state government, and that's only if it's not dollar for dollar funding, and it's capped at $500,000, which we've just added. I hope councillors can support this for the advancement of women and girls in sport. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Greco? No. Do we have any other councillors who'd like to speak against? Councillor Hannan?
I'd actually like to propose an amendment with a small change to what Councillor McCarthy mentioned.
Sure. Has it been circulated,
I
Councillor
circulated this well in advance. It was actually, as of just before this meeting, I understood it was to be incorporated in this NOM, but that was not the case in the version that was circulated at 9:26 p.m. So I would like to propose the amendment that's here with a small addition where it says, in the interest of public transparency, council resolves to make publicly available the minutes of the meeting, and at the end, after the full stop.
Okay, thank you. I need to have a seconder.
As well as the letter from the Minister on this issue.
This is against the actual motion. It's got nothing to do with the confidential things. And what about the rest of the motion?
So not accepting. And do we have a seconder for this one? Councillor Rennie? Councillor Hannan?
It's not against.
Mayor Williams, for the sake of expediency, I ask that this amendment be put.
I didn't hear that. I
Without any
apologise.
further debate.
This particular amendment? Okay.
I'm just clarifying, Councillor. Sorry, Mayor. You're adding these as a new point 7 and 8 to Councillor
Yes, I just wanted
Demetriadis.
to add, after the last full stop.
I'm just
the
clarifying
recent
what's
letter from the
afoot,
Minister.
councillors. So it's Councillor Demetriadis plus these 2 points.
Yeah, you haven't asked if I've accepted or not.
Sorry, Mayor. Just need to get the amendment correct.
Yeah, we've only got... we've got less than that.
Mover and second to accept it.
No, because it's...
No, you haven't asked me, sorry. So I just wanted to ask Councillor Hannard if he was happy to put in, make publicly available minute number 2305, which is what is actually in the confidential section specifically about Bill Laurie Oval, the actual motion, along with who voted for and against.
This is my amendment.
So, and then I'm happy to accept it as an amendment if you put in the exact number in the minutes. So it's not the whole document that's confidential, it's just that particular section that we voted for or against.
No.
Okay.
I'll be voting against this amendment.
Councillor Hannan, do you have a seconder in reference to...
Mayor Williams, I put a motion that
That's right, you did.
it be put.
Are we putting
Procedural
Councillor
motion.
Hannan's motion because that came up?
You're putting the amendment.
Okay, no problem. I'll put the item to vote. Well, that's what I thought, but the amendment is now joined with the existing...
Sorry.
About the amendment.
Hang on. The mover and seconder didn't accept it. Councillor Hannan's moved an amendment. Who seconded? Councillor Rennie seconded it. Councillor Greco's put a put, so
Yep.
you should put a vote on the amendment and see if the amendment gets accepted.
That's right, but it should be showing only Councillor Hannan's amendment.
Clarify councillor amendment. Councillor Hannan wanted an amendment.
Oh,
to-
okay, into it. Okay, so councillors...
Did ask just for the words at the end to be added and the recent letter from the Minister, as well as the recent letter from the Minister.
I've got words that I've just circulated to that effect.
That item is now been asked to be put to vote. We
Do
really
it as a
need...
separate amendment, perhaps.
I've put it as a separate amendment. Yeah.
Okay, so...
Happy to go with what's on the screen.
Councillor Greco's moved it and we put there.
Okay, we're voting on the amendment.
Sorry, Mayor, we've got to vote on a procedural before we can vote on the amendment because Councillor Greco doesn't have the power to demand a vote.
So let's vote on that.
He has asked for it to be put to vote.
Sorry, but Mayor, but we need to decide if it's procedurally going to be put. He doesn't get to, by him saying he wants it to be put to the vote, we then need to decide if it will be put to the vote, otherwise it gets debated.
The Mayor can also determine that there hasn't been sufficient debate, and given there's been no debate and that Tom hasn't had an opportunity to speak to his amendment, the Mayor may decide that it's premature to have a procedural motion.
It's not a procedural motion. You have to decide if you believe that there's not been sufficient debate on it. You can prohibit that. Otherwise, if you believe there's been sufficient on it, I think you go to a vote on the put motion.
Yep.
I don't believe there's been any debate on this at all.
Right, well, I'll allow a minute or so on it, the debate. So, Councillor Hannan.
So I didn't quite hear that.
So you've got a minute. I'm happy to hear your debate.
Okay, thank you. It's a matter of public fact or publicly shared fact that increasing facilities for women and girls was a key component of the Bill Laurie Oval Pavilion. As noted in my in my amendment there, the redevelopment was discussed at that meeting. It was voted to be confidential. It's also a matter of, for the record, who voted for that to be confidential, and it was not myself, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie or Councillor Newton. The item was subsequently deferred. There's been extensive consultation since then. The fundamental problem with this is it's seeking a bit of a pipe dream of coming up with a theoretical model of a facility that could one day be integrated into the redevelopment of a heritage listed pavilion. Councillors had their opportunity to redevelop that, to go ahead with that redevelopment. And rather than trying to second guess or obscure the debate that happened back in January 2023, they should just front up and be open about it. And then let's have a discussion about redeveloping Bill Laurie Oval Pavilion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rennie, I've now heard the debate. I'm now going to ask to have this item to be put to vote, only because we have only less than 3 minutes. All those in favour in reference to this item?
Amendment?
The amendment?
Beg your pardon?
The amendment?
On the amendment. You're voting on the amendment, for those for Councillor Hannan and Councillor Rennie. On the amendment, all those in favour, what's in front of you? Councillor McCarthy, I've got Councillor Hannan, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton. All those against? I've got Councillor Messina, and those abstaining, I've got Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Williams. That item has not been carried. We'll go back to the...
In the interest of time, I've got just a small amendment that I've just told Georgia, and I'm happy to get the item put to vote.
I'd like to speak to the item.
It's actually it's included in what has been passed around, and it actually talks about releasing the public minutes.
I've got less than a minute, and I know that also Councillor McCarthy had circulated, and he also
went through first.
So I agree, and I'm going to go with governance. It's just getting really, really messy now. I'm going to have the item put to vote at the moment with what was there before.
Sorry, Mayor, I've foreshadowed an amendment.
Councillor McCarthy.
I'm going to run out of time.
5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes.
Then so be it, we run out of time. We can defer it to the next meeting. But
We'll run out of time because the cut-off is the 30th of November on this particular item.
Let's put it.
So I'm putting the item to vote of what was in front of us before. All those in favour?
Mayor Williams.
I'm not ready to vote.
I beg your pardon?
I don't know what we're voting on.
We're voting on the substantive.
That's what's in front of us.
Let's not waste time. And
Through you, Mayor, I'm sorry, but Councillor McCarthy foreshadowed that he had an amendment. I think he should be given a chance to make that. I know we're out of time.
4 minutes.
But under the governance rules, I don't think he's spoken. He has a right to make an amendment and ask for one.
All right, Councillor McCarthy, you've got just less than 2 minutes.
The amendment is there. It's very clear, Mayor. I think we should seek the Minister's approval to release her letter in relation to Council in relation to female.
Councillor Demetriadis, you do accept the...
No, I'd like it put, but I won't be accepting.
Okay.
I'm happy to second.
And the seconder, do I have accept that? If not, I'm going to put the
Yeah, I'll move a procedural motion. I don't believe we've had sufficient debate on this, and so I'm moving a procedural motion that the special meeting be called on Thursday night prior to the mayoral vote so that we can have the debate we should be having and not rushing into something. So that's a procedural motion that this item be deferred to a special meeting called for the purpose only of this item on Thursday evening.
I'll be voting against the procedural motion.
I have a procedural motion that I must act on, so I guess I want to put that to vote. All those in favour for this item to be carried over for Thursday, 5 o'clock, I guess that would be, before the statutory meeting. All those in favour? Councillor Rennie, all those against? Councillor Demetriadis, all those abstaining? I've got Councillor Newton, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy and Councillor Williams and Councillor Messina. We're going back.
Let's have a procedural motion to put this motion.
And with my 7 in there as well, so I've also put in 7, so just my normal 7. Thank you. And then happy to put it.
One thing at a time.
No, I'm sorry, you've seen it, and Councillor McCarthy just put up his amendment, so my amendment...
Guys, we're going back to the original, what it was before, without the...
It's my understanding that under the governance rules, the mover cannot move an amendment.
That is correct.
Sure, let's
We're
just
going
put it
back to the
vote.
original, what we were looking at before. I'm going to put that item to vote.
Sorry, Mayor, you're out of order. I've got an
Look,
amendment. It's
Councillor
on the
McCarthy's just wasting time.
No,
Let's just get this.
I'm having the item put to vote now. Now, everybody sit down.
Sorry, Mayor, you're out of order. I've got a motion on the floor. It needs to be voted on.
I think, did you not vote on Councillor McCarthy's amendment? And I think it went down. I just need to check with government.
Okay, because yes, I know I went to Councillor Rennie's one. So we'll go to Councillor McCarthy's. We'll vote on that one. Put that item to vote. All those in favour to Councillor McCarthy's. I've got Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Newton. All those against? All those abstaining? I've got Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Greco and Councillor Williams.
Carried.
And that has been carried. So now we're putting the abstaining to vote. That's what's in front of us. All those in favour? I've got Councillor Williams, Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Messina. That is now being carried. Councillors,
Mayor, in the 1 minute that we have left, I move a procedural motion that we consider all the other motions in block and we vote on them immediately.
No, we've already done a procedural motion for that item earlier and it's come into the next council meeting. It was voted on about half an hour ago, if not a bit longer. Apologies if you didn't know what you were voting on at the time. We now need to close tonight's business of order because it's now reached 10:15.